Chapter 1375. Actually, it was not surprising for Pest to become a member of the Demon King Alliance. After all, the goal of the Demon King Alliance was the sovereignty of the suns. As the representative of the 80 million undead that died because of the sun's laziness, it was impossible for Pest, who possessed the authority to seal the suns, to not be invited by the Demon King Alliance. If one thought about it carefully, one would understand. If the person who obtained victory in the fire dragon birth ceremony a month ago was Pest, then, according to the rules of the game, the white Yiksha would have become Pest's subordinate. In that case, the sovereignty of the 14 sons that the white Yiksha possessed would have all fallen into Pest's hands and even the Demon King Alliance's hands. Thus, it was not strange for Pest to become a chess piece of the Demon King Alliance. Although Pest's attack a month ago ended in failure, to the Demon King Alliance that coveted the sovereignty of the suns, Pest's existence was still very tempting. Although you've already become someone else's subordinate, that is, in the end, nothing more than the restriction of the contract. Since it is a contract, there will definitely be a way to remove it. Even if it is a contract set up by the box court itself, it is the same. Aurora said in a seductive tone. You wouldn't want to become someone's errand boy for a mere, no name, right? Then, how about you return to our side? The people above will definitely not mind helping you find a way to remove the contract. Hearing those words, Pest grew silent. Remove the contract. To Pest, this could indeed be considered as a temptation. Originally, Pest was different from Aster and Letitia. She was not willing to become Noah's subordinate and be used by Noah. Instead, she was defeated by Noah in the game. Due to the rules of the box court, she became the servant of the victor using the identity of a demon king. Under such circumstances, how could Pest possibly be willing to become someone else's subordinate? Had it been when she was first summoned by Noah and formed a subordinate contract with Noah, Pest would have accepted Aurora's temptation without the slightest hesitation. However, now, there were many things for Pest to consider. Hey, Aurora, Pest suddenly asked. This time, which area are you responsible for attacking in the east, south, and north at the same time? Pest's sudden question startled Aurora for a moment. Then, she answered honestly. Glea and I were in charge of attacking the South District. His Highness and Belle were originally going to the South District, but they changed their plans midway and came to the North District. As for the East District, that narcissistic clown was in charge of attacking it. Greya was the Black Griffin, which was also Elder Ge's real name. The narcissistic clown was, of course, Maxwell. The Southern District? Pest nodded and spoke with a calm expression. Then you probably don't know that the two-headed dragon army you used to attack the East District was actually stopped by my current master alone before they came into contact with White Yiksha, right? What? Aurora was stunned for a moment. Then, she sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed. Impossible. Other than the White Knight King. How could there be anyone in the Eastern District who could stop the three-headed demonic dragon's army of clones alone? There are still the bodies of the first generation of gods in there. As expected, it's very hard to believe, right? Pest shrugged and spoke in a self-mocking manner. In the beginning, I also found it very hard to believe. However, this is the truth. Otherwise, why do you think His Highness and Belle are so afraid of my master? It's because he possesses strength that surpasses our imaginations. Aurora did not know what to say. You should have noticed it long ago, Pest said. How could someone who could defeat the strongest pure-blooded dragon species be simple? But that enormous dragon does not possess intelligence. It only knows how to act with its wild nature. It is simply unable to display the true battle prowess of one of the strongest species in the box court, Aurora refuted. For a pure-blooded dragon species like that, as long as there is a method capable of injuring it, even we would be able to deal with it. You said it yourself. You must have a method capable of injuring it, Pest said calmly. However, other than His Highness and that narcissistic clown, is there anyone among you capable of doing so? Aurora was speechless. As for Pest, she lowered her head. Her eyes began to flicker. Besides, I feel that this is not his limit. He is most definitely still concealing an even greater power. That is what the contract in my body is telling me. A subordinate contract was a contract that would allow the dominated to resist to a certain extent when the dominated was stronger than the dominant. However, the dominated would also weaken the dominant. Because of that, Pest was able to faintly sense the difference in strength between her and her master through the contract in her body. It was as if Pest was looking down at a bottomless abyss. It was a disparity that she could not touch at all. In the past, Pest had not noticed this disparity. However, after witnessing the tip of the iceberg of Noah's strength, Pest finally had this feeling. Her intuition told her that it was practically impossible for her to surpass Noah in terms of strength. Besides, a subordinate contract is one of the laws of the box court to begin with. This sort of binding force is something that even those existences at the apex of the box court would not be able to disobey, no? Pest said in an extremely calm manner. Are those people from the Demon King's alliance truly capable of finding a way to break this sort of contract? Finding a way to disobey the laws of the box court? I don't think that's the case. Aurora immediately grew silent. After a while, Aurora sighed. In other words, due to these considerations, our negotiations have failed, right? It is not only due to these considerations, a beautiful yet wicked smile appeared on Pest's face. More importantly, although I am unwilling to admit it, I have seen more possibilities from that guy compared to when he was on your side. That possibility even surpasses Her Highness. In terms of future prospects, don't you think that I should choose my current master? Is that so? Aurora smiled. Merely, that smile of hers was somewhat ice-cold. Do you think that is a wise choice? Who knows? Pest said calmly. In any case, I have already become that guy's subordinate. Furthermore, that guy will not lose to Her Highness. In fact, he is currently far stronger than Her Highness. In that case, it shouldn't be hard to tell which side I should choose, right? Is that so? The smile on Aurora's face completely disappeared. The harp in her hand blossomed with a dazzling radiance. Since that's the case, allow me to make you feel regret. Very well. Allow me to vent my resentment from being bullied by my rude and unreasonable master and my comrades for so long. Pest smiled sweetly. Her entire body shook with violent black winds. I am looking forward to it. Aurora. Another great battle was about to erupt. While Letitia was fighting against Glea and Pest was fighting against Aurora, the curtains to the third battle in the Sea of Stars had also been raised. Wang! Accompanied by the sound of space trembling, a bone-chilling cold current descended from the sky like a blizzard. Accompanied by ear-piercing whistling sounds, it was like a waterfall that enveloped everything below. At that place, Noah raised his head to look at the enormous cold current descending from the sky. A dim light flashed through his pitch-black eyes. Cold air. It shouldn't be only at this level, right? After saying those words, Noah raised his fist. Facing the overwhelming cold current that enveloped him, he threw a punch forward without the slightest hesitation. Bang! The collision between the enormous cold current and the tiny fist gave rise to a heavy explosive sound. The space in the Sea of Stars exploded from the punch. The cold current instantly filled the surroundings. Everywhere the cold current passed through, everything would be covered in ice. Chi! At this moment, the sound of air being torn apart resounded from the cold current that was spreading in all directions. A black silhouette rushed out from the cold current and instantly arrived before Noah. In the next instant, a fist that contained a frightening amount of power smashed heavily toward Noah's head. It was a killing move right from the start. Chapter 1376. Her Highness' strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Although she was forced to retreat by Noah's authority, in the first two battles, and was defeated by Noah's authority, in the second battle, she was nearly killed by Noah. However, that was not because Her Highness was too weak. Instead, it was because Noah broke the rules even more than Her Highness. After all, Her Highness possessed a terrifying physical ability second only to that of 16 Knights Reversal. Apart from this, Her Highness also possessed the gift of invulnerability that could repel even weapons of the Divine Spark grade. Furthermore, Her Highness was concealing an unknown trump card. If one were to use the box court's ranking system to classify them, Her Highness would definitely have a 4-digit ranking. As for Maxwell, although Noah did not even know his name, he was able to tell that he did not go to deal with Letitia and Pest, who were easier to deal with. Instead, he chose to deal with him together with Her Highness. From this, it could be seen that Maxwell's strength was second only to Her Highness. In other words, Maxwell also possessed a 4-digit ranking. One must know that in the box court, a 4-digit ranking was the level of those famous Asura gods and Buddhas. Even a portion of the strongest existences possessed a 4-digit ranking. Although they were all 4-digit ranking, there was a huge difference between the peak existences and the lowest existences. However, since they were both 4-digit ranking, it meant that Her Highness and Maxwell were both stronger than ordinary deities. Under such circumstances, being pincered by two 4-digit ranking existences, even Noah had no choice but to become serious. Seeing the fist carrying astonishing power smashing mercilessly toward his head, Noah was just about to retreat when an aura suddenly flashed behind him. It was captured by Noah's transcendent perception ability. Maxwell appeared behind Noah at some point in time, and there was a mechanical expression on his face as if he had been frozen by ice. He was holding a scorching hot stream of flames in one hand and an extreme cold stream in the other. It was as if he was carrying magma and an ice river. He then blasted them at Noah's back forcefully. Firstly, there was Her Highness' fist that was capable of destroying mountains and rivers and splitting the sea. Secondly, there was the attack of two streams of flames that were as hot as magma and as cold as glacier. Noah's eyes flickered when he was attacked by two existences whose abilities had reached 4 digits. The energy source in his body instantly turned into a source of divine power, allowing divine power to flow through his body like a torrent. Soon after, in Noah's mind, the stone plate with 10 patterns connected to it turned and pointed toward the phoenix's incarnation. In the next second, Noah's entire body seemed to have turned into a phantom. Carrying a mirage-like light and shadow, he instantly disappeared from where he was at a speed that could not be seen with the naked eye. As soon as he disappeared, His Highness' fist immediately collided with Maxwell's flame stream and cold stream, colliding with each other. Seeing this, the two of them were shocked. They quickly stopped and withdrew the attacks in their hands. However, almost at the same time, Maxwell's expression trembled. Without any hesitation, he leaped forward and hugged His Highness, who couldn't react in time, and also disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, Noah, who had turned into a phantom, suddenly appeared at Her Highness' original position. He threw out a punch, but it landed in the air. Oh! Noah raised his eyebrows. He turned his head and looked in one direction. Over there, Maxwell, who was carrying Her Highness, flashed out of space without warning and landed on the ground. Seeing this, Noah turned his gaze to Maxwell. I see. You also know how to space jump. If Noah, who had an almost superb sensing ability, was approached by Maxwell, it would be impossible for him not to notice. If Maxwell could reach the level of Orpheus and White Yiksha, he might be able to hide from Noah's perception ability. But Maxwell was obviously not at that level. The evidence was that Noah could now clearly feel Maxwell's aura. When Maxwell flashed behind him and launched an attack, Noah also noticed his existence. Therefore, Maxwell was able to silently appear behind Noah a second before launching an attack without Noah noticing. It could only be a teleportation ability like space jump. You too, and that one called Ling too. Noah glanced at Her Highness. Among your subordinates, there are so many people with this kind of rare ability. You're mistaken about that. His Highness said in a seemingly relaxed and vigilant manner. Maxwell does know how to space jump, but Ling's ability is not space jump. She can only control the distance and do something similar to space jump. Control the distance? Noah said helplessly. Hey, isn't that an ability rarer than space jump? Stop talking nonsense, Maxwell said with an ugly expression. Hurry up and take down that human for me. If only it were that simple. Her Highness spread out her hands, but her mouth did not relax at all. He has a body that is not inferior to mine. Even if I don't use the gifted weapon because of my invulnerable body, it might not be the same for you. In addition, he can use an unknown power. My compatibility with him is too poor, so you'll be the main attacker. Maxwell did not respond, but his entire body was already swirling with raging flames and cold currents, causing the temperature of the entire space to fluctuate between high and low. Noah narrowed his eyes when he saw Maxwell controlling the two completely opposite powers of ice and fire at the same time without the slightest bit of awkwardness. To be able to control ice and fire at the same time without a trace of awkwardness, it must be a power caused by an ability. Is it the ability to control the temperature? Or is it the ability to control the temperature? It can only be one of these two, right? Noah's guess was correct. Although the ability Maxwell used was fire and ice, its main body was the energy produced by the temperature difference. Through controlling the forward and reverse of the temperature difference, he could create the ability of fire and ice. That was the main body of Maxwell's ability. The space jump ability was also linked to this ability. Maxwell used the temperature difference to shatter the realm between ice and fire, thus shattering space and achieving the goal of space jumping. In short, it was a power similar to the realm. Therefore, Maxwell could also use his own power to open the realm door and achieve large-scale teleportation. If the two-headed dragon group that attacked the Eastern District and the army with an abnormal number of numbers appeared, they would have definitely been discovered before they appeared. However, their appearance was extremely sudden. Even White Yiksha only noticed after the fact. It was definitely this guy's doing. Noah's guess was correct again. The person in charge of attacking the Eastern District was Maxwell. It was this guy who opened the realm door and teleported the two-headed dragon army to the Eastern District. Then, the two-headed dragon group that thirsted for slaughter attacked the Eastern District in an attempt to attack the Eastern District of the Box Court. One is invulnerable, and the other is space jumping. How troublesome. That was what Noah was thinking, but there was another aspect that made him feel uneasy. That seal should be undoing, right? Noah's keen intuition told him. If Ling continued to fiddle with it, something incredible would definitely appear. That thing would even threaten Noah. I have to end this quickly. When such a thought emerged in Noah's mind, Noah's figure once again turned into an illusion. The illusion suddenly charged forward, causing a series of light and shadow to flash in succession wherever Noah passed, even causing the sound of air being torn apart. The avatar named Phoenix could bring the user the ability to move at lightning speed. However, it was not just a simple increase in speed, but also a reduction in the time needed to move, reaching the realm of time manipulation. Therefore, when Noah's figure appeared in front of Her Highness and Maxwell and released the lightning speed in order to attack, Her Highness and Maxwell only reacted. However, it was a bit too late to react now. Whoosh! With the sound of a strong wind, a heavy punch was thrown out, blasting Maxwell's head. Bang! Maxwell's head suddenly exploded and was blasted into pieces. Chapter 1377. Bang! Accompanied by a crisp muffled explosion, Maxwell's entire head was blasted apart by Noah's LV-5 ability, exploding into pieces of flesh that filled the sky. His Royal Highness on the side only saw a blur in front of his eyes, and then, Noah's figure suddenly appeared in front of him and Maxwell, and blasted out a powerful punch, blowing Maxwell's head apart. Looking at Maxwell whose entire head was blown apart, His Royal Highness's heart trembled wildly. If that punch had been aimed at His Royal Highness, then, relying on his physical performance that was close to breaking the rules, His Royal Highness should not have been like Maxwell, where his head was directly blown apart. However, serious injuries were unavoidable. Just like in the previous battle. Noah, with a terrifying speed that even His Royal Highness could not detect, instantly closed the distance and launched an attack, which was basically impossible to dodge. The reason why he used the word basic to describe it was because the authority of seraphic speed was too high. If he attacked while maintaining seraphic speed, the attack would definitely deviate due to the abnormal speed. Therefore, he had to first deactivate seraphic speed before attacking. Therefore, at the moment of the attack, he could still react. If His Highness was like Luo Hao and Tony, who had gone through many years of tempering to be able to see through the lightning speed, then the use of the Phoenix incarnation would be greatly reduced. Unfortunately, His Royal Highness and 16 knights belonged to the same type. They both relied on their physical performance to fight, which is to say, they relied on their innate talent, and were simply lacking in skills. Under such circumstances, His Highness did not even possess exquisite martial arts skills, let alone the ability of the mind's eye that could only be trained over a long period of time. Therefore, for His Royal Highness, God's speed was simply an unsolvable existence. Relying only on this authority, Noah could easily take down His Royal Highness. Sensing this, His Highness' heart trembled again and again. Finally, he clenched his teeth hatefully and swung his fist toward Noah, who had blasted Maxwell's head apart with a punch. It was accompanied by a whistling wind. Whoosh! Along with the sound of the wind, His Royal Highness's fist suddenly lost its target and fell into the air just before it touched Noah's body. In the extremely soft sound of breaking the air, a phantom of light and shadow drew a beautiful arc in the air, and finally, flashed behind His Royal Highness. It's over. Such a voice was transmitted into the ears of His Highness, who had swung out a powerful fist and had yet to finish his attack. At this moment, His Royal Highness's heart surged with an unprecedented crisis. His Royal Highness had reason to believe. In the next second, the attack that announced his death would mercilessly strike his defenseless back. At this moment, His Royal Highness encountered a more real danger than the previous battle. In fact, Noah had His Royal Highness's mind. Looking at His Royal Highness's defenseless back, Noah's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his whole body rolled with a rich divine power. All evildoers, be afraid of my power. Now, I shall obtain the majesty of 10 mountains, the strength of 100 rivers, and the strength of 1,000 dragons. The majestic me shall raise the ferocious power of dragon slaying. The stone plate that was originally pointing at the phoenix suddenly turned and pointed at the dragon emperor. Then, Noah clenched his fist, and with the blessing of the LV5 ability value, he gathered the power comparable to a dragon's power in this moment into this blow. In the sound of the explosion, he waved his fist like a cannonball. An astonishing roar resounded throughout the sea of stars. The terrifying blow set off a terrible impact, and the ground in the sea of stars was shattered, stirring up a thick cloud of dust and gravel. The whole palace suddenly trembled and shook in all directions. Kacha kacha kacha. Amidst the cracking sounds that caused one's teeth to ache, numerous cracks slowly spread out on the ground from the center of the dense sand and rock fragments. It was like a spider web that covered the entire ground in the blink of an eye. Even the surrounding walls were affected, causing the cracks on the ground to spread along the walls and gradually spread upwards. Not long after, the entire sea of stars was covered with crisscrossing cracks. In that instant, the tremor caused the palace of Salamandra far above to sway slightly. Many people in the palace of Salamandra thought that the capital of glorious flames had been attacked again. For a moment, it caused many people to panic, and mournful cries and exclamations could be heard. In a while, the people in the palace of Salamandra would be alarmed, and the military police would be attracted. Your Royal Highness. Glea and Aurora, who were fighting against Letitia and Pest, both cried out in alarm. Ugh! Letitia looked at the center of the berserk shockwaves. While controlling the shadow that had turned into a pair of wings to retreat, she let out a sound of being unable to bear it. Is there a limit to my master's strength? Must you make it so world-shaking every single time? Pest also spoke with a hateful tone. That guy, could it be that he's not human at all? As they spoke, Letitia, Pest, Glea, and Aurora hurriedly took advantage of the shockwaves and retreated in all directions. After an unknown amount of time, the shockwaves that wreaked havoc in the sea of stars gradually stopped, and the dense cloud of dust began to slowly recede. After that, an enormous crater appeared before everyone's eyes. Just like in the battle against Her Royal Highness, Noah stood in the center of the enormous crater. However, there was no joy in his expression from defeating his enemy. Instead, his brows were tightly knitted together as he cast his grave and stern gaze forward. Suddenly, a burst of ice, snow, and raging flames appeared in the space there. Two figures slowly appeared. Surprisingly, they were Her Royal Highness and Maxwell. Huff, huff. Once Her Royal Highness appeared, she began to pant with lingering fear, causing her chest to rise and fall uncontrollably. As for Maxwell, he flung his jacket and spoke in an artificial manner. "Your Royal Highness, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Her Royal Highness calmed her breathing and regained her calmness. "Thank you. You've helped me greatly." "You're welcome." Maxwell shrugged his shoulders. "After all, you're still useful." His rude and impolite words only received a nonchalant smile from Her Royal Highness. Her Royal Highness turned her gaze toward Noah. The entire place suddenly grew quiet. "What's going on?" Letitia's voice became slightly hoarse. "Didn't that Maxwell's head explode by master?" No one answered this question. Because everyone's attention was attracted by the battle between Noah, Her Royal Highness, and Maxwell. Noah's brows furrowed tightly, then he looked at Maxwell, who was completely unscathed. "Immortal body?" Maxwell did not answer. Instead, he faced Noah with an artificial smile. However, there was no smile in his eyes. It was as if he was a robot calculating how to kill the enemy, cold and emotionless. However, Noah was almost certain that this Maxwell must have some kind of ability similar to immortality or resurrection from the dead. After all, Noah did not feel that the punch just now had been offset or blocked. It was almost like a home run, and Maxwell's head had definitely been blown to smithereens without leaving a piece of minced meat. However, Maxwell now looked unscathed. Just as Noah was about to kill Her Royal Highness, he used a space jump to save Her Royal Highness. It was obvious that there was something fishy going on. This pretentious clown, not only can he perform a space jump, he also has some kind of immortal body. I don't believe it if he doesn't have 4 digits. Until now, Noah really felt that this was a tricky situation. Now, Noah could say with certainty. The guy named Maxwell was definitely more difficult to deal with than Her Royal Highness. I'd like to see if you can really achieve immortality. As soon as he finished speaking, golden ripples reverberated in the air like water waves. Chapter 1378. Wang. Without any warning, the space around Noah suddenly flickered with golden ripples that were like water waves, and they were reflected in the space. Within the golden ripples, blades, swords, spears, halberds, and all kinds of treasures slowly emerged and pointed in the direction of His Highness and Maxwell. Waves of ancient and vicissitudes auras began to pervade the air from those blades, swords, spears, halberds and various other treasures. Sensing that ancient aura and seeing that extremely inconceivable scene, everyone present opened their eyes wide in succession. Bestowed weapons? Furthermore, all of them are of the divine spark grade. Aurora cried out involuntarily. How is this possible? Roar. Glea also let out a low roar in astonishment. That monster, not to mention Glea and Aurora, even Maxwell's expression turned slightly stiff. Her Highness also had a grave expression as she stared at those divine spark-grade bestowed weapons. In the Demon King Alliance, only His Highness and Belle were aware of Noah's possession of over 1,000 divine spark bestowal weapons, as they were paying close attention to Pest's news. As for Glea, Aurora and Maxwell, they still did not know about this matter. Naturally, they were all stunned by the inconceivable scene before their eyes. Even Letitia and Pest, who had already seen this scene many times, were left speechless, let alone the others. In front of everyone present, Noah sneered at Maxwell. Although I do not know what kind of trick you are playing, as you can see, there are countless legendary grade weapons here. Furthermore, all of them are weapons that target the undying body. With so many weapons here, there will definitely be one that can kill you, right? Maxwell's face twitched slightly, appearing somewhat distorted. Then, he calmed down and sneered. You can give it a try. Seeing Maxwell's fearless appearance, Noah suddenly smiled. However, there was not the slightest trace of a smile in his pitch-black eyes. Bang! 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 In the next moment, following a series of gunshot-like noises, blades, swords, spears, halberds and various other treasures that were aimed at Her Highness and Maxwell suddenly shot out explosively. They sliced through the air and shot out like raindrops. Seeing this, Her Highness and Maxwell's bodies tensed up at the same time. In the next second, the two of them took completely different actions. Have you forgotten? Her Highness shouted in a low voice. She stepped forward and directly exposed her body. Weapons are useless against me. After she said those words, the treasures that were like raindrops, one after another, landed on Her Highness. Clang, 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 clang. Amidst the crisp sounds of collisions, the treasures that landed on His Highness's body like bullets produced sparks one after another. Amidst the sparks, they were deflected away by His Highness's body. However, at this moment, golden ripples flickered around His Highness. Silver chains that flowed with golden light shot out from within. They were like silver venomous pythons as they coiled around His Highness with great agility. Her Highness was startled. Without any hesitation, she kicked the ground. With a bang, the ground cracked, and her body retreated. However, the treasured artifact called Enkidu once again streaked across the air. It nimbly circled in the air and swept toward Her Highness. As for Maxwell, at the same time as the treasures that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, he used a space jump and instantly disappeared from his original position. He let the treasures fall to the ground one by one, causing the ground to explode. Escape? Noah stretched out a hand. Let's see where you can escape to. Suddenly, a golden ripple spread out beside Noah, and a spear popped out. It was a long spear that was entirely crimson in color. Holding the crimson spear tightly, Noah raised it high and made a throwing motion. Pierce through. A flame-like aura rose from the spear. Gungnir. At the same time as releasing the treasured artifact's real name, Noah threw the blazing spear fiercely. Shio! The crimson spear suddenly turned into a meteor, cutting through the air and shooting forward. There, Maxwell's figure just happened to appear with the flames and snow, welcoming the spear's shooting. Thus, Maxwell was also suddenly shocked. He hurriedly used the flames and snow again, and used a space jump to disappear from his original position. However, at this moment, the spear that was shooting out like a meteor suddenly changed direction, turning into a flash of light, and shot straight in one direction. Gungnir. Also known as the Great God's Declaration. The weapon used by the main god Odin in Norse mythology. It was made by the dwarves using the branches of the world tree, symbolizing holiness and eternity. This godly spear did not exist as a spear used in hand-to-hand combat, but as a javelin used for throwing. It was very powerful. In mythology, there was a legend that when it was thrown, it was like a meteor cutting through the sky. Therefore, it was also known as the meteor spear. The ability of this spear was also quite simple and powerful. Once it was thrown, it would definitely hit the target. It was a godly spear that never missed. Therefore, even if Maxwell escaped to the ends of the earth, before this godly spear pierced through him, it would continue to chase after him. Wang! Accompanied by the flames and snow, Maxwell's figure appeared from the fluctuation of space. Shio! At the same time, Gungnir, that turned into a meteor shot forward. Puchi! In the crisp sound of flesh tearing, Maxwell's chest was directly pierced through. Ah! Maxwell suddenly opened his eyes wide. His eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief. This was because Maxwell did not understand why he would immediately be attacked after performing a space jump. However, Noah did not give Maxwell time to solve his doubts. After all, although the relic named Gungnir had the ability to hit its target, it did not have the ability to break through immortality. Shio 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 shio. Therefore, the sound of air being pierced was heard continuously. A rain of relic fell from the sky, like a torrential downpour of arrows, covering Maxwell's body. Poochie 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 poochie. Blades, swords, spears, halberds, and various other relics suddenly pierced through Maxwell's body, causing him to instantly become riddled with holes. His whole body was filled with weapons, and he was nailed to the ground by the weapons that were bestowed by the godhead, causing blood to splatter all over the ground. Her Highness, who was avoiding the pursuit of Enkidu, saw this scene and her expression suddenly changed. However, all of a sudden, Her Highness' attention was completely diverted, and her body momentarily paused. It was also in this moment of pause that the chains that were flickering with golden light that were as nimble as poisonous pythons that were chasing after her wrapped around her body. They directly surrounded the space around Her Highness and continuously coiled up, sealing off all of Her Highness' escape routes. Her Highness did not even have the time to react before those chains had already wrapped around her body. However, what happened next made Noah somewhat surprised. Clang! Her Highness' body suddenly burst with a dazzling light. The light was like a layer of light film, covering the outline of Her Highness' body. The chains that were flickering with golden light that were preparing to wrap around Her Highness' body had just come into contact with the light on the outline of Her Highness' body, and they were completely frozen in space. Clang 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 clang. As if they were knocked away by something heavy, the Enkidu that was originally wrapping around Her Highness' body seemed to have been broken, and one by one they were sent flying, turning into bursts of light particles, dissipating into the air and returning to the treasury. This scene made everyone present, including Noah and Her Highness, stunned. Chapter 1379. Silence. Deathly silence. Everyone present looked at His Highness, who was enveloped in a layer of light that completely repelled the binding of the heaven lock, Enkidu. All of a sudden, everyone fell into a state of shock. Even if it was His Highness, it would still be the same. Under such circumstances, the radiance around Her Highness gradually disappeared. His Highness raised his hand and looked at the layer of light that was gradually disappearing from his body. His Highness laughed in a somewhat mocking manner. Originally, I was worried that a weapon like the Enkidu that only has binding effects against divinities would be effective against me. It seems that the power of this invulnerability blessing is even greater than what I had imagined. Hearing that, the reactions of the people present were all different. Letitia and Pest had grave expressions on their faces. Glea and Aurora had pleasantly surprised expressions. Only Noah stared closely at His Highness. After a while, he indifferently spoke. Invulnerability blessing? I'm afraid that's not it. His Highness, who was about to lower his hand, slightly paused. The so-called invulnerability, as the name suggests, means that no sharp blades can pierce through one's body. If your blessing is truly invulnerability, then the Enkidu that does not belong to this concept should be able to take effect. Noah's gaze was directed toward His Highness. And now, since even the Enkidu has no effect on you, then can I assume that the power residing in your body is not some invulnerable thing, but rather, it can reflect all the weapons in the world? Hearing that, His Highness grew silent. It was not only His Highness. Even Glea, Aurora, and Pest had sunk into silence. Repelling all weapons in the world. Letitia's heart moved. Traces of astonishment began to appear in her eyes as she looked at His Highness. It can't be that you, sensing the astonishment in Letitia's eyes, His Highness' heart sank slightly. He still remembered that when he first appeared in front of Noah with his true appearance, His Highness had introduced him as such. Although I can't say my real name, everyone calls me Your Highness, so please take care of me. In other words, this so-called Your Highness was not the name of the prince, but just a title of respect. As for His Highness's real name, other than a small number of people who knew about it, the rest of the people did not know. However, at this very moment, Noah had vaguely guessed His Highness' real name. In India, where Indian mythology is popular, there is a sect called Hinduism. This sect advocates the doctrine of the Trinity, believing that the world was created by the three supreme gods. Noah looked up. These three supreme gods are also known as the three gods of Hinduism. They are named Brahma, Shiva and Vishnu respectively. Among them, Brahma is in charge of creation, Shiva is in charge of destruction, and Vishnu is in charge of protection. He is the god who maintains the order and peace of the world. He often incarnates into various images to save the world in danger. Hearing Noah's words, His Highness' eyes began to flicker. As for Noah, it was as if he didn't notice anything and continued to speak. There are many incarnations of Vishnu, and there is no unified overview. However, the world knows that Vishnu has saved the world in 10 incarnations. And among these 10 incarnations, the 4th incarnation is the man-lion, which is also the lion man. It is a half-man, half-lion mythological beast. Noah looked at His Highness and said word by word. His name is Roximo, an incarnation of the over-god that can repel all weapons in the world. If it's him, then even if it's a godhead-grade bestowment weapon, or even a binding weapon like the Enkidu, it should be able to repel all of them equally, right? His Highness' eyebrows suddenly twitched, and he spoke with a fake smile. In other words, you think I am the man-lion Rahimo? No, no matter how I look at you, you don't look like the man-lion Rahimo. Furthermore, you've said it yourself, you've only been born for less than 3 years. How could you possibly be the man-lion Rahimo? Noah directly denied. However, he said those words with a hidden intention. However, if I were to consider you as one of the other incarnations of Vishnu, then, assuming that you are able to borrow the power of Vishnu's 4th incarnation through some sort of method, that shouldn't be excessive, right? After saying those words, Noah first closed his eyes. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes. For example, the 10th incarnation of Vishnu that is said to only descend upon the world in the form of a young human hero Galgi. Once those words were said, His Highness' expression immediately changed slightly. Even Letitia, Pest, Glea and Aurora's expressions changed. It would appear that I've guessed correctly, Noah sneered. The 10th incarnation of Vishnu, the hero who saved the world from the apocalypse, Galgi, you've hidden yourself quite well. His Highness. No. He should be called Galgi. The apocalyptic hero named Galgi slightly clenched his fist. His expression became somewhat uncertain. After a long while, as if he had given up on something, he lowered his hand and laughed bitterly. Just based on the fact that I can deflect Enkidu, which is to say, deflect all weapons, how can you be certain that I am Galgi? Oh. Noah said with a smile that was not a smile. Do you think that my guess is wrong? No, you're not wrong. Now that things have come to this, there is no need to continue hiding it. A magnanimous smile appeared on Galgi's face. That's right, I am Galgi. Your guess is also correct. I am able to make the incarnation of Naruximo, the man-lion that can deflect all weapons in the world, whether it is man-made, divine or star-made. Furthermore, I am using the Leo constellation's sun sovereign as a medium. Galgi's words caused Letitia to hatefully bite her lips. The Leo constellation's sun sovereign. That was a gift from the former member of No Name, the divine beast Ritian lion. Now, the sun sovereign had fallen into Galgi's hands. This also proved that the Demon King Alliance was the mastermind behind the scenes that caused No Name to fall to its current state. When she thought of this, Letitia had a strong urge to question Galgi. What should she question? Naturally, it was about the whereabouts of the other members of the community who were taken away. However, before Letitia could question him, Galgi spoke first. Galgi said to Noah. Do you know about the simulated star map, another cosmology? The unfamiliar term caused Noah to raise his eyebrows slightly. At this time, Letitia and Pest, mixed with the Black Shadow and Black Wind respectively, landed beside Noah. Master, Letitia looked closely at Galgi. While lowering her voice, she explained to Noah, the simulated star map, another cosmology. The so-called another cosmology refers to a cosmology that exists alone. It can be understood as a kind of infinite magnification of one's own cosmology to interfere with external matters. Those who have this kind of gift often have the ability to become the center of a group of gods. A cosmogony that exists alone. Noah was a little surprised. The cosmology was also the so-called worldview. Perhaps it was difficult to understand, but it could be understood as the embodiment of a myth. For example, Greek mythology, Roman mythology, Norse mythology, Hindu mythology, Persian mythology, Celtic mythology, and so on. A myth was a kind of cosmology, a kind of worldview. Thus, if the simulated star map, another cosmology, was an infinitely magnifying cosmology, then it would not be strange at all for the person who possessed the simulated star map, another cosmology, to possess the ability to become the center of a group of gods. Every simulated star map, another cosmology, ability is naturally different, said Galgi. I possess the simulated star map, another cosmology, ability. It is capable of freeing the inheritance corresponding to the sun sovereign in my hands. By possessing the manlion Naroximo's incarnation in my body and borrowing the power to repel all weapons in the world, I obtained the inheritance of the sun sovereign in Leo. Chapter 1380. It had been said before that the so-called spirit lattice referred to the merit itself. And if there was an inheritance, it was equivalent to having merit. And if there was merit, one would naturally be able to obtain the spirit lattice. However, in the box, there was the so-called strongest species of natural gods. These gods were able to spread their beliefs to the outside world and obtain the corresponding spiritual attributes. In other words, if some existences wanted to complete the spirit lattice corresponding to themselves, they would need to complete the necessary conditions. It had been less than 3 years since Galgi was born. In other words, this hero of the apocalypse also needed to complete a certain condition in order to complete his spirit lattice. It was because the current spirit lattice had not been completed that Galgi's strength was at the 4-digit level. Otherwise, as the incarnation of the supreme god in Hindu mythology, a hero who could save the world in the apocalypse, how could he only have this level of strength? And if Galgi wanted to complete the spirit lattice, the condition he needed was to collect the sun's sovereignty. There were many existences similar to Galgi in the box. It was said that there were some legendary heroes who used the sun's sovereignty to complete their own spirit lattice and achieve their own myths. However, these heroes often only needed one sun's sovereignty. There were not many heroes who needed multiple sun's sovereignty to complete the spirit lattice in this box. For example, the great hero in Greek mythology, Hercules, once collected 5 suns' sovereignty to complete the spirit lattice as a god and promoted from a demigod to a true god. This inheritance, in Greek mythology, evolved into Hercules completing 12 impossible tasks and becoming the true Hercules. Galgi's completed form was above this. Whether it was the 12 zodiac or the 12 equatorial stars, Galgi could only complete his spirit lattice by collecting 10 suns' sovereignty and become an exceptional existence. Now, Galgi had only collected 1 sun's sovereignty of the Leo constellation, and his spirit lattice had already risen to the 4-digit level. If he collected 10 suns' sovereignty and completely completed the spirit lattice, then how terrifying Galgi would become could be seen from this. In addition, another cosmology was a power that could infinitely magnify one's own cosmology and interfere with the cosmology of the outside world. It could even destroy the opponent's cosmology and worldview. That power could even exceed 3 digits. With such a gift, Noah finally understood why Galgi was so confident that he would definitely win if he used his trump card. That another cosmology was Galgi's trump card. Able to obtain the ability corresponding to the sun's sovereign inheritance of the 12 zodiac signs and the 12 equatorial stars. Among them, the sovereignty of the Leo constellation's sun was able to take the 4th incarnation, the man-lion Naroximo, which reflects all weapons in the world, into himself, regardless of whether it was man-made, god-made or star-made, and overturn the fate of being affected by weapons. That power was so strong that even the restraint-type Enkidu was bounced off without discrimination. One could imagine how powerful a gift the so-called another cosmology would be. Originally, Noah thought that even if his noble artifact could not penetrate Galgi's body, he should still be able to injure Galgi if he released his true name. However, now it seemed that as long as it was a weapon, then even if it had an additional effect, even if it was the true name release of the noble artifact, it should not be able to injure this post-apocalyptic hero god under the blessing of the another cosmology and the incarnation of the supreme god in Hindu mythology, right? However, on the other hand, as long as I don't use a weapon, then it should be fine, right? A cold glint flashed in Noah's eyes. Then, I'll send you to hell with my next attack. Hearing this, Galji's heart tightened. He clenched his fists and stared at Noah with a vigilant expression. Glea and Aurora also flew to Galji's side. Their bodies surged with an astonishing aura, and they entered the highest level of alert. Affected by the three of them, a surging black shadow surged behind Letitia, and a violent black wind rose from Pest's body. Both sides were about to attack at any moment. Just at this moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. Rumble. All of a sudden, the entire ground started to tremble without any reason. Moreover, the trembling became more and more intense, causing the cracks that filled the sea of stars to expand bit by bit. In the end, the entire sea of stars started to shake violently and collapse. The intensity of the earthquake even caught Noah and the others off guard. Their bodies became unstable, and they either fell to the ground or knelt down on one knee. Only then did they manage to stabilize their bodies. What's going on? Noah stood up in astonishment. What a powerful earthquake. This can't be a naturally occurring earthquake, right? The source of the earthquake is nearby. Letitia's expression changed drastically. Could it be that the seal has been released? Letitia was not the only one who thought so. Even Her Highness, Glea, and Aurora glanced at each other. An unprecedented graveness and fear appeared in their eyes. The seal. Her Highness muttered. Has it finally been released? The powerful earthquake continued to escalate. It caused Noah and the others to involuntarily fall into a passive state of shaking. With no other choice, Noah, Letitia and Pest flew into the sky at the same time. They floated in midair. Her Highness and Aurora also rode on Glea's back. With Glea's support, they flew into the air. Kacha kacha kacha. The powerful tremors caused the sea of stars that was already filled with cracks to let out teeth-numbing cracking sounds, causing the cracks to expand unceasingly. Bang! Finally, with a muffled explosion, the entire sea of stars exploded. It turned into rubble and fragments that sunk down layer by layer. Similarly, the ceiling also sunk down. The sea of stars was beneath the palace to begin with. With this collapse, the ground above the palace naturally sunk down. Seeing the rubble that was even larger and heavier than rocks smashing down from above, everyone was slightly startled. They all displayed their abilities. Letitia. Pest. Noah promptly called out. All of you, come here. Hearing Noah's voice, Letitia immediately snuggled her seductive and mature body into Noah's embrace without the slightest hesitation. Noah hugged her. As for Pest, she had an expression of unwillingness. However, after being glared at by Letitia, her entire body trembled. She could only clench her teeth and also throw herself into Noah's embrace with an aggrieved expression. Hugging the two girls, Noah's entire body fluctuated with the aura of divine power. I am the conqueror who can defeat 1,000 with 100, 10,000 with 1,000, and 10,000 with 10,000. Now, for the sake of me who stands on the side of justice, please shine brightly and bestow me with divine power. In Noah's heart, the stone plate with 10 patterns connected to it rotated and pointed at the incarnation of lightning. In the next instant, Noah, who was hugging the two girls, transformed into a bolt of lightning and soared into the sky. Bang 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 bang. Wherever the lightning passed, huge pieces of debris that were falling from the sky were suddenly blasted apart, accompanied by gravel and dust that continued to fall downwards. Lightning, whose momentum did not decrease, continued to rush upwards. Not long after, it flashed to the ground and once again saw the light of day. Roar, ooh, 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 ooh. On the other hand, Gria, who had transformed into a pitch-black griffin, carried Galji and Aurora. He let out an extremely imposing roar and soared into the sky like a meteor. He smashed through the rubble along the way and similarly charged out of the underground, arriving on the surface. As soon as they reached the ground, everyone saw it. They saw Salamandra's palace also shaking violently and collapsing bit by bit. In the palace, the members of Salamandra were in a state of panic. Run! Run! Quick! Run towards the exit. Wyverns that can fly, quickly carry the wounded who can't move. Quick! Hurry up! The entire palace of Salamandra was in chaos. However, Noah and the others did not notice this scene. This was because they were completely attracted by another scene. Chapter 1381. Rumble. An unprecedentedly violent earthquake descended upon the entire blazing flame capital, causing the city, which was originally in ruins and chaotic like a war, to sink a layer into the ground, letting out a sorrowful cry that was incomprehensible to humans. Buildings that were originally in good condition collapsed one after another. Streets that were originally in a mess suddenly burst open. Residents who were originally relieved because of the end of the war fell into panic. Many of the ironworks that had been preserved with great difficulty were involved in the disaster. Just like that, the entire blazing flame capital seemed to have reached its end. It was gradually destroyed in the violent earthquake as if it was about to be destroyed. If it was in the world of ordinary people, just an earthquake of this scale would be able to bury the entire city's residents under the ground and rubble, killing thousands of lives. Fortunately, this was not the world of ordinary people, but the tyrannical world of various Asuras and Buddhas. Due to the previous attack by the Demon King Alliance, the ordinary residents in Blazing Flame Capital had already been evacuated and had gone to seek refuge. They had not been transferred back yet, which was a great blessing in the misfortune. Among the remaining people, they either had powerful blessings and could be used as combatants, or were members of Salamandra. They were not ordinary people who would be affected by a mere earthquake. Thus, under the organization of Salamandra, the wounded were efficiently rescued, and the people did not suffer much damage. However, the buildings and the like were in a terrible state. Pa! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the huge chandelier that stood in the center of Blazing Flame Capital, bringing warmth and fire to the entire city, finally fell to the ground under the strong earthquake and broke into pieces. The temperature of the entire Blazing Flame Capital suddenly dropped to freezing point at this moment, causing cold air to wreak havoc in every corner of the city. However, such cold air immediately dissipated in the next second. This was because, in Blazing Flame Capital, a volcano that was sitting in it suddenly trembled, and the top exploded. Bang! Along with a deafening roar, the volcano suddenly erupted, causing scorching hot magma mixed with thick smoke to flow out of the volcano's crater. That scene was as if the exit to hell had been opened. It was terrifying. In the brilliant flame city, the people who were still there stared blankly at the volcano that had suddenly erupted. They watched as the magma that filled the sky began to surge. After a while, they finally let out sorrowful cries and screams. Don't just stand there in a daze. At some point, Mandela had come to the center of everyone. Blue veins were bulging on his forehead as he roared madly. Hurry up and bring the wounded. Evacuate from Brilliant Flame City. Retreat. Yes. The members of Salamandra all had pale faces as they tried their best to respond. Then, they started to organize the evacuation. Beside Mandela, Shadora also looked at the erupting volcano with a pale face, and her delicate body began to tremble. Brother Mandela, could it be, damn it? Mandela punched the wall next to him and glared at the erupting volcano, roaring in a low voice. The seal has been broken. An ancient demon king was sealed in the Blazing Flame Capital. As an elder of Salamandra, it was impossible for Mandela to not know about this matter. Shadora had only been informed of this matter after she became the leader of Salamandra and became the ruler of the North District. It was said that the other party was known as the oldest demon king in the final trial of mankind. It was said that the other party was a terrifying god slayer who had once defeated millions of gods. It was said that the other party was an existence that could create a god slayer with just his own blood. It was said that the other party was a figure that even the three-digit number of boxers couldn't do anything about. Azi Dakar. The demonic dragon of the fire worship sect, the evil god in Persian mythology, the natural demon king. He was once one of the strongest species in boxers. Later, he transcended mythology and became an existence that only wanted to kill mankind, and could only be killed by mankind in the final trial. He was an existence above the three strongest species in boxers. 200 years ago, the demon king that was sealed by the great alliance of the Stratum rulers led by no name was this three-dragon demonic dragon. The source of the two-headed dragon army that attacked the East District was him. Azi Dakar. After 200 years, the most ancient demon king, who stood above the three most powerful species of the box court and was ranked in the top 3 digits, had defeated more than 1 million deities. Even the beings in the top 3 digits couldn't do anything to him, had finally begun to awaken. But. Impossible. Shadora couldn't hide her fear as she spoke in a trembling voice. Undoubtedly, one of the keys to unlock the seal no longer exists. To unlock the three-headed dragon seal, the keys needed were the Starseed Dragon King's horn and No Name's flag. Among them, the Starseed Dragon King's horn was worn by Shadora. As for the community's flag that had lost its name, it had completely disappeared 3 years ago due to the attack of the unknown Demon King. So, how was the seal of the oldest Demon King unlocked? It wasn't impossible to unlock the seal without the key. However, without the key, unless the entire blazing flame capital was blown away, the three-headed dragon could not come out unless the ground was pried open and the seal was destroyed. However, now, the seal had been unlocked. Although Shadora hadn't seen the horror of the final trial of humans, the 3-digit number of demon kings was enough to frighten her. Why was the seal unlocked? Now is not the time to think about this. Mandela said decisively. Shadora, we must organize the people in Blazing Flame Capital to retreat. We must give up on this city. Shadora suddenly trembled all over. Give up on Blazing Flame Capital. Give up on the community's base. This was the root of Salamandra, don't hesitate. Shadora. Mandela directly knelt down and pressed on Shadora's shoulder as he spoke in an extremely anxious voice. The mystic dragon won't be interested in our city. It will only destroy this place until there is no life left before it leaves. If we retreat, we may have a chance to come back and rebuild in the future. But if we don't retreat, with Salamandra's power, only death will await us. In the past, Salamandra was a 4-digit upper-class community and could be said to be incomparably glorious. However, this kind of Salamandra, together with many other communities that were on par with them, fought against the three-headed dragon together. In the end, they paid a terrible price and could only seal the three-headed dragon. In the end, they were affected and were reduced to 5-digit numbers. Now, Salamandra was no longer a 4-digit upper-class community, and the allies that fought against the Demon Kings were all gone. Just relying on a 5-digit Salamandra to face the humans' final trial here would definitely not be able to obtain any results, and would only end up as a simple victim. Although he was the ruler of the hierarchy and had retreated before facing the Demon King, if it was any other time, it would be natural for him to be impeached and removed from his position. However, if the opponent was the oldest Demon King, no one would blame Salamandra. Knowing this clearly, Shadora could only bite her lips and nod heavily. Prepare to retreat. Chi. The lightning-like lightning tore through the air and heavily struck the body of the black griffin that had just rushed out of the ground. Dong! As if the space had been shattered, intense flames and a strong impact shook the air and spread in all directions. Greya and Aurora, who were emitting thick smoke all over as if they had been burnt, fell from the flames and crashed heavily onto the ground like kites with broken strings. After that, the intense flames gradually dissipated. There, Noah floated in the air, his hand tightly gripping a person's neck. It was none other than Galgi. Noah gritted his teeth as he looked at Galgi, who was struggling painfully in his hand. In the end, did you succeed? Chapter 1382. Ugh! In midair, Galgi, whose neck was tightly gripped by Noah, let out a muffled groan while firmly grasping Noah's hand that was gripping his neck. He kept exerting force in an attempt to pry open Noah's hand. If it were anyone else, facing Galgi's terrifying strength, let alone prying open his hand, it wouldn't be a problem for them to break his hand. However, at this moment, Noah had already used the Dragon Emperor transformation. With the physical ability comparable to a giant dragon, coupled with the LV5 strength buff, he completely ignored Galji's strength that could shatter mountains and rivers and split the sea. Not only that, Noah also tightened his grip on Galji's neck bit by bit, so that his hand began to sink into the flesh of Galji's neck. Galji could only let out a muffled groan and kept struggling to get up. Under such circumstances, Galji's face began to lose its color as he gradually lost his air. His struggling hands and feet gradually became powerless. Your Highness. Seeing Galji being forced to the end of his life by Noah step by step, Glea and Aurora's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. They struggled to get up, but their burnt bodies were unable to exert any strength and couldn't get up for a long time. Moreover, even if they could get up, Letitia and Pest, who were guarding against Glea and Aurora, would not let them hinder Noah. As time passed, Galji's struggling limbs became weaker and weaker. In the end, he could only hang down and his consciousness became hazy. Oh. Noah said sarcastically. So, the hero of the apocalypse can also die from suffocation? This is really a big discovery, isn't it? Although he said so verbally, Noah did not relax his strength at all. He still increased his strength bit by bit. If this continues, Galji will probably not be able to escape death, right? At this moment, a delicate voice suddenly sounded. Wait a minute. Hearing this voice, the tightening of Noah's hands slowed down a little. Letitia and Pest were also startled. They turned their heads and looked toward the source of the voice. In a corner of the ruined palace, Belle was standing there, looking at Noah with an anxious expression. Please stop, I have something to say. Ding! Glea and Aurora suddenly saw a glimmer of hope to save Galji. However, Noah did not appreciate it and narrowed his eyes slightly. What? Do you want to save your highness? Then why don't you just use your distance-controlling ability to snatch him from me like you did the last few times? But if that's the case, we won't be able to negotiate, right? Belle's small face was tense. Looking at His Highness's dying appearance, she couldn't hide the anxiety in her eyes. In any case, stop what you're doing and have a good talk with me. I didn't use my ability. That should be enough to show my sincerity, right? Noah curled his lips in a non-committal manner, but he still let go of Galji's hand. Galji immediately followed the gravity and fell to the ground in a free fall. He clutched his neck and couldn't stop coughing and gasping for breath. Seeing that Galji was released, Belle's expression eased up, but she didn't rush to Galji. Instead, she looked at Noah and took a deep breath. After all, whether they could survive or not would depend on whether Belle could convince Noah or not. Although Belle had thought of using her grace to save His Highness and the others and retreat, her intuition told her that the same method would not work on Noah. This time, Noah, who had some understanding of Belle's ability, could definitely find a way to deal with her from the thousands of divine sparks. Belle believed in that. Therefore, Belle desperately suppressed the thought of using her ability to save everyone and chose to negotiate. Under Belle's gaze, Noah slowly floated down from the sky and landed in front of Galji, who was clutching his neck and coughing non-stop. Noah glanced at Galji, who was coughing non-stop, and raised his head to meet Belle's gaze. Then, what do you want to say? I want to reconcile with you, of course, Belle spoke nervously. You didn't choose to kill His Highness. Can I assume that there is still room for reconciliation between us? Master. Letitia immediately took a step forward and spoke with hatred. We can't reconcile with them. I know what you want to say, Letitia. Noah raised his hand and stopped Letitia from speaking. They are the masterminds behind the destruction of our community. There is an irreconcilable grudge between us. So, we absolutely cannot reconcile with them here, right? Letitia didn't say anything. However, her deep red eyes revealed what she meant. However, at that moment, Pest spoke. Letitia, you are wrong, Pest said. Although it is true that the Demon King Alliance destroyed No Name, that has nothing to do with His Highness. Nothing to do with it? Letitia was stunned. On the other hand, Noah wasn't surprised at all, which made Belle cry out in surprise. Don't tell me you are not surprised. Why should I be surprised? Noah said matter-of-factly. If you are saying that you have nothing to do with the destruction of No Name, I have already expected that. After all, Galgi had already said that he hadn't lived for more than 3 years since he was born. However, the destruction of No Name was something that happened 3 years ago. In other words, Galgi indeed had nothing to do with the destruction of No Name. As for Belle, Glea, and Aurora, if they were all Galgi's private soldiers, then they probably had nothing to do with the destruction. You are truly a terrifying person. Seeing that Noah wasn't surprised in the slightest, a bitter expression appeared on Belle's face. She was most likely vexed as to why she would have a conflict with Noah, an existence outside the norm. However, she soon recovered. Actually, to tell you the truth, His Highness is only a chess piece created by the Demon King Alliance. Because His Highness is a hero capable of saving the world during the apocalyptic era, the upper echelons of the Demon King Alliance created His Highness in order to use His Highness to survive the apocalyptic era and protect themselves. That was why Galgi called himself a tool. Thus, His Highness, Elder Gu and Lady Aurora are all chess pieces of the Demon King Alliance, Belle said. If you view the Demon King Alliance as your enemy, then there is no reason for us to be your enemy. Hearing Belle's words, Letitia and Pest glanced at each other. That was because the two of them were able to hear the deeper meaning behind Belle's words. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. That was what Belle wanted to express. In other words, to Belle and the others, the Demon King Alliance was also their enemy. In other words, the 4 people led by Galgi had the intention of betraying the Demon King Alliance. Our actions up until now were only for self-preservation because we were unable to break free from the Demon King Alliance's control, Belle said with a deep voice. You've also met Maxwell, right? That guy is the one the Demon King Alliance used to monitor us. No wonder Maxwell didn't have the slightest bit of respect for Galgi and even said things like, you are still useful. Right now, we are the only ones here, Belle looked at Noah and said in an extremely serious manner. That's why I hope we can reach an agreement. Hearing that, Noah laughed in spite of himself. I must correct you on one point, Noah extended a finger. You said we have no reason to be enemies, but you were the ones who came looking for trouble with me first. Secondly, Noah extended a second finger. Even if you did it for the sake of self-preservation, who knows how many people have suffered because of your attack. Furthermore, you have even undone the seal. I'm afraid that blood will flow like a river in the future. Could it be that you want to use no choice to brush it off? What conditions do you have? Belle asked bluntly. No matter what conditions you have, we will consider them. Is that so? Noah smiled. Then, hand over our flag, your sovereignty over the sun and another cosmology. Chapter 1383. Using the No Name flag, the Demon King Alliance's sovereignty over the sun, and Galgi's another cosmology, in exchange for their lives. This unexpected development caused Belle's expression to completely freeze on the spot. Not to mention Belle, even Glea and Aurora's expressions froze. Galgi, who was lying on the ground and covering his neck, also narrowed his eyes slightly as he stared at Noah. Only Letitia and Pest's eyes completely lit up. As far as Letitia was concerned, the matter of retrieving the community's flag was undoubtedly more important than taking the lives of a few people. After all, the flag was the glory, experience, and life of a community. Only a community with a flag could truly carry out activities in the box. For example, a business-type community needed a flag to play the role of a brand. A community that mainly hosted games also needed a flag to carry out publicity. Even transactions required a flag. Otherwise, no one would send an expensive item to a nameless person. In every community, even the children looked up to the community's flag and were instructed by countless ancestors to become people who do not disappoint that flag as they gradually grew up. Only under the flag would people gather together and create cohesion. Therefore, for a community, the importance of the flag was too great. If she could take back the flag, Letitia would definitely not mind directly making a move on Belle. Unfortunately, in the box, the bestowment game was the law above all. Even the rulers of the hierarchy who guarded the order could not violate the rules of the bestowment game. Meanwhile, the no-name flag was openly taken away in the bestowment game. Even if the bestowment game was played by the Demon King, the result was the result. If they ignored the result of the bestowment game and forcibly seized the flag, in the end, it was very likely that they would not be recognized by the core of the box, causing the flag's effect to be abolished. Then, it would really be impossible to reverse the situation. Letitia could not take this risk. That was why Letitia did not directly make things difficult. Noah also made this request because of this consideration. In the box, normal transactions also existed. Therefore, if they took back the flag through legitimate negotiations, the core of the box would have to recognize it, right? As for the sovereignty of the sun and the simulated star atlas, another cosmology, those two gifts were undoubtedly more threatening than Galgi and the others. Almost all of Galgi's strength came from these two blessings. If they lost the sovereignty of the sun and the power of another cosmology, then even if Galgi survived, he would not be much of a threat. As for seizing it by force, that was also out of the question. Other than the gift of materialization, the gift of coexisting with an individual was directly linked to the soul. Unless the individual was willing, no one could take such a gift by force. It was just like Letitia's godhead. If it wasn't done willingly, it couldn't be removed. Noah had heard that the sovereignty of the sun could be transferred, but he had never heard that it could be seized by force. Otherwise, the gods with more than 3 digits would have started a bloodbath over the sovereignty of the sun. As for the simulated star atlas, another cosmology, Noah had only heard of the existence of this foul gift today. Naturally, he did not know whether he could snatch it or not. Based on the above reasons, Noah agreed to negotiate and made this request. Retrieving the flag was for the sake of the community. Obtaining the sovereignty of the sun and the simulated star atlas, another cosmology, was equivalent to crippling Galgi and clearing up the previous grudges. Understanding this, Ling's face was gloomy. Seeing this, the corners of Noah's mouth curled into a cold smirk. He lifted one of his feet and stomped it down heavily. Bang! The powerful stomp was mixed with a heavy muffled sound and landed directly on Galgi, who was lying on the ground. Pfft! Galgi, who suffered a heavy blow, spat out a mouthful of blood and squeezed out a bitter sound from his throat. Your Highness! Ling, Glea, and Aurora were shocked. I don't have time to tangle with you here. Noah looked coldly at Ling. You said that you had no choice but to carry out the operation so far to protect yourselves. Then, now is the time when you need to protect yourselves the most. What should you do? I believe that you will make a decision that will satisfy me, right? Ling immediately bit her lips and her eyes were full of struggle. At this time, Galgi, who was stepped on by Noah in the chest, coughed out a mouthful of blood and laughed self-deprecatingly. Okay, Ling, let's agree to their conditions. Your Highness! Ling, Glea, and Aurora exclaimed at the same time. However, Galgi blocked them with a sentence. Losing the sovereignty of the sun and the simulated star atlas, another cosmology, is indeed a serious blow, but if you lose your life, then everything is over. There is no need to hesitate about what to choose. Belle, Glea, and Aurora were at a loss for words. Under such circumstances, Galgi raised his head and looked at Noah as he said, Don't worry, Noah. Leo's sovereignty of the sun was originally something that belonged to your community. If I return it to you, then we are even. As for my simulated star atlas, another cosmology, that thing can't be given to you. It is a cosmology that was born after I was born. If I give it to you, I might not even be able to maintain my existence, and you won't be able to use it. It is equivalent to a waste product. Galgi said this and looked in Ling's direction. However, the seal of the three-headed demonic dragon was formed by the sovereignty of the dragon son of the 12 equatorial stars and another simulated star atlas, another cosmology. Now, they are all in Ling's hands, so I will use them as a replacement for you. I don't think you will be disappointed, right? The sovereignty of the dragon's son and another simulated star atlas, another cosmology? Noah glanced at Letitia. Letitia immediately nodded, proving that Galji's words were true. It was no wonder that Galji and his group were desperate to unlock the seal of the final trial. So, apart from the surveillance of Maxwell, the Demon King Alliance, there was also the tangible benefits of the sovereignty of the sun and the simulated star atlas, another cosmology. The sovereignty of the Leo constellation's sun. The sovereignty of the dragon's sun. And the simulated star atlas, another cosmology. Galji used these three, which were the most precious gifts to the entire box court, in exchange for the lives of the four of them. As for your flag, we are no longer able to give it to you, said Galji. As the other key to the seal, that flag will become the symbol of the three-headed demonic dragon after the seal is unlocked. You will only be able to retrieve your flag if you defeat it. What? Letitia looked as if she was struck by a bolt from the blue. She began to sway. Defeat that demon king? Tisk. Pest also smacked her lips. She clearly felt that there was no hope. Only Noah, when he was about to say something, felt an indescribable throbbing in his heart. This throbbing was very familiar to Noah. This caused Noah to suddenly turn his head and look in the direction of the erupting volcano. So that's how it is. So it's there. Defeating the humans in the final trial. For anyone, this was something that could make one's heart turn cold. However, Noah managed to comprehend it. He had no choice but to defeat such an existence. After understanding this, Noah turned his head and looked at Galji. Then handed over. Hearing this, Galji smiled as if he was relieved of a heavy burden, but also as if he had given up on himself. He extended a hand and grabbed Noah's foot that was stepping on his body. I'll return what belongs to you. A dazzling golden light flashed from Galji's body. It passed through Galji's hand and surged into Noah's body, causing Noah's entire body to shine. Chapter 1384. Rumble. The volcano that had entered a berserk state continued to tremble, causing scorching hot lava and black smoke to erupt and spread in all directions. In the utterly ruined flame capital, the members of Salamandra were retreating in an organized manner. They looked like residents who had met with a disaster and were in a very sorry state. Noah, Letitia, and Pest transformed into 3 streaks of light and flew through the air. They watched as the surrounding pterosaur creatures carried the wounded in Salamandra and fled one after another. However, they were fleeing in the opposite direction. Instead of retreating, they were fleeing in the opposite direction. Then, the 3 of them discovered Shadora flying in the air and Mandela riding a fire dragon at the back of the group. Immediately, Noah, Letitia, and Pest stopped flying. Seeing Noah and the other 2, Shadora was overjoyed at first. Then, she anxiously called out. Everyone! Right now, a great disaster is about to befall this place. Please hurry and escape from Flame Capital. You all. Mandela felt that something was amiss. His face sank as he stared at Noah. Where did you all go before this? An unprecedented earthquake struck the entire Flame Capital, causing the volcano to erupt. With such a great commotion, it was impossible for Noah and the others to not notice it. However, Noah and the others only appeared now. This matter was truly too abnormal. Noah naturally understood Mandela's question. However, he did not have the time to explain and directly spoke. The people of the Demon King Alliance undid the seal. Before that, we had a conflict with them. However, in the end, the seal was still undone. This was not an excuse. Although Noah and the others had used the object positioning to find Galji and the others to settle the score, they had also thought of stopping them after learning of Galji and the others' plan. This was especially true for Letitia, who knew how terrifying the human's final trial was. She immediately launched an attack. Unfortunately, the other party was not someone who could be easily dealt with. Letitia and Pest were tied down by Glea and Aurora. Noah, on the other hand, was blocked by Galgi and Maxwell, two four-digit existences. One of them could deflect all weapons in the world, while the other had an undying body. They managed to stop Noah. Admittedly, Noah didn't reveal his trump card and didn't bypass the two of them to deal with Belle, who was in charge of unlocking the seal. But even if he did, he would still be stopped, right? With Maxwell's immortal body, even if Noah were to use his trump card, he would still be entangled with Maxwell. If he chose to go around the two of them and deal with Ling, Maxwell, who was adept at space jumping, could still chase after him with Galgi. Therefore, although Noah could not say that he did his best, the result would not change. In that group, the most difficult one to deal with was not Galgi or Belle, but Maxwell. Maybe it was because of this that Maxwell had the ability to monitor Galgi and the other three of them alone. In fact, Noah even believed that Maxwell was still alive. In any case, now is not the time to talk about this. Noah looked up and cast his gaze in the direction of the erupting volcano. You guys should leave quickly. This place will soon turn into hell. Now, Noah could clearly feel it. There was an indescribable evil aura that was restless underground. And that indescribable evil aura was expanding on the active volcano that was overflowing with magma. That aura made Noah's body surge with power. The fighting spirit in his heart rose in a way that was completely different from his mood. When the existence known as the God Slayer encountered an enemy god or an unimaginably powerful enemy, his body and mind would naturally enter the best battle state. Adrenaline, which was dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than normal people's adrenaline, would fill the God Slayer's body, allowing him to unleash more than 120% of his terrifying combat strength. Now, Noah was in this state. Even, under the stimulation of that aura, the stone plate that represented authority in Noah's heart trembled like never before. Inexplicably, Noah understood why his power was boiling like this. Noah's authority was the final result of his own physique, fusing the power of the invincible god of victory, Welslana, and the Mediterranean king of gods, Mercado, plus his own power. And now, the fighting spirit in Noah's heart had awakened the power of the invincible god of victory. In short, it was Noah's instinct that was at work. Thirst for a strong enemy. Thirst for battle. Thirst for victory. The essence of the God Slayer and the God of Victory were roaring. So, Noah murmured almost subconsciously. I am the strongest, and I hold all victory in my hands. Whether human or demon, I am the one who defeats the hostility of all enemies. I will defeat any enemy that stands in my way. That was all the holy words that belonged to the invincible God of Victory. This holy word could make curse power, which included magic power, divine power, and divine power, all the power that could be used to use the mysterious power active and exert 120% of its power. Noah only discovered it later. Chanting this holy word, Noah's own power would also be increased, making the infinite magic power, divine power, and divine power in his body explosively expand. It was also at this moment that the erupting volcano abruptly stopped. Kaboom! Following a resounding boom, the entire peak of the volcano exploded into smithereens. Then, a black shadow with open wings burst out from it, rubbing against the atmosphere, and rushed into the sky with a sharp sound. Like a meteorite, there was a flame in front of it, and finally, it stopped in midair. At this moment, everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky, looking at the incredible figure in a daze. What kind of figure was that? The whole body was white. The pair of wings on the back that seemed to be twisting were black. The length of the body was more than 3 meters. There were 3 heads in total. It was an alien that sent chills down people's spines. Because all 3 of its heads were penetrated from the lower jaw to the head by a stake-like object. The dragon-like body emitted an indescribable sense of pressure. The sense of pressure was even more powerful than the giant dragon that appeared the day before yesterday. Looking at such an alien, everyone felt as if their souls were harvested by the Grim Reaper. They stood there in a daze with a pale face. The three-headed dragon stopped directly in the sky above Raging Flame City, looking down with 6 eyes on its 3 heads. Then, everyone saw it. The three-headed dragon's eyes flashed with a bloody light like red jade. At this moment, Noah's high fighting spirit rose to the peak. Then, Noah's pupils contracted, and he shouted loudly. "Quick! Leave this place!" As soon as his voice fell. Dong! In the distant sky, the three-headed dragon suddenly spread out a pair of pitch-black wings, causing those pitch-black wings to expand by several times in an instant, creating a powerful shock wave. The frightening shockwave formed an incomparably violent wind wave. After scattering the sea of clouds in the sky, it continued to rush downwards without losing any momentum. It was like a tornado that descended from the sky and suddenly landed in Huang Yen capital. At this moment, an unimaginable gale attacked the entire Raging Flame City. It blew away the rubble of the buildings. It shattered the earth that was riddled with holes. It wreaked havoc in the messy city. It mercilessly blew away one life after another. Before they could even react, Letitia, Pest, Shadora, Mandela, and everyone from Salamandra were blown away along with the violent gale and the debris that filled the sky. Only Noah abruptly converted all the energy in the energy source in his body into divine power, filling his entire body with divine power. Withstanding the violent gale that was far beyond his comprehension, he raised his hand and blocked in front of his body, barely stabilizing his body. However, in the next moment, Noah's pupils suddenly contracted as he stood in the middle of the unimaginable violent gale. He suddenly raised his head and looked up. Whoosh! A black shadow with huge pitch-black wings swooped down and instantly arrived above Noah's head. Then, the sharp claws that brought about death swung toward Noah's head. Chapter 1385. Swoosh! Like a sharp blade, the sharp claws that brought death swept through the air. It seemed like a simple blow, but it had a terrible power that could stir up heaven and earth. The proof was that wherever the claws passed, the atmosphere in the space was completely squeezed under the claws, turning into a terrible cyclone that swept out, causing the space to ripple violently. As a result, under such a claw, Noah only felt that the raging wind around him was scattered, bringing a terrible pressure. That pressure even made Noah's bones creak as if they could not bear the burden, and his pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. However, in the face of such a terrible blow, Noah did not have any fear in his heart. Or rather, the fighting instinct that originated from the God Slayer and the nature of the God of Victory made Noah's high fighting spirit erupt at this moment, and the divine power in his body was completely boiling. There was no hesitation. At this moment, the stone plate in Noah's heart suddenly turned, and it instantly turned to the incarnation of the Dragon Emperor. Boom! At this moment, a monstrous wave of divine power gushed out of Noah's body with an extremely astonishing momentum, turning into a crimson dragon shadow that covered Noah's whole body. The fatal blow that fell from the sky suddenly fell on Noah's body. Boom! Accompanied by a dull sound that caused the earth to tremble, a crimson figure was heavily slapped away. Like a rubber ball, it rubbed against the air and crashed into the dilapidated buildings one after another. Boom! 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 The crimson figure smashed all the buildings that were already on the verge of destruction along the way, raising debris all over the sky. It was not until a long time later that it finally slowed down a little and landed on the ground. Even so, the crimson figure was still violently retreating, cutting a long and deep gully like an abyss in the ground. Finally, it barely stabilized its body and stopped in a corner of the messy ground. Only then did the debris that was smashed into pieces all over the sky fall to the ground, incessantly stirring up bursts of sand and dust and rumbling sounds. At the end of the ravine that was as long as an abyss, Noah, whose entire body was swollen with a crimson dragon shadow, was kneeling on the ground with one knee. He slowly lifted his head, revealing a pair of deep, dark eyes filled with solemnity in the air. Looking carefully, a trace of blood slowly flowed down the corner of Noah's mouth. Yes. Even if he used the incarnation of the Dragon Emperor and was protected by the air scales, that terrible claw still passed through the air scales and caused slight damage to Noah. It was just a simple claw. This was the power of the final trial of humans. This was the three-digit Demon King. Whoosh! Flapping its pitch-black wings that seemed to be able to roll up tornadoes, the three-headed dragon slowly flew down from the air, landed on the ground, and let out an extremely shocking roar. Jiwai. The strange roar that humans could not understand turned into a substantial sound wave, and with a momentum that could shake the ground, it swept out in all directions. At this time, Noah seemed to be in a stormy sea formed by the wind. His robe was violently blown up, and even the crimson aura on his body was slightly fluctuating. However, Noah seemed to feel nothing, as if he did not see anything. His deep dark eyes stared at the three-headed dragon. No. More accurately, it should be said that he was staring at the three-headed dragon's chest. There was something that only Noah could see. A tattered feather that seemed to have been broken off, floating in the three-headed dragon's chest, emitting a weak white light. Yes. That was the world fragment. When Galgi mentioned that he had to defeat the humans in the final trial, Noah felt a throbbing feeling. This was the reason why. The world fragment that was lost in this world was in the body of the three-digit demon king known as the final trial of humans. Whoosh! It was also at this moment that the pitch-black shadow-like wings on the back of the three-headed dragon suddenly swelled up. Amidst a trembling sound, the wings suddenly turned into many shadow blades that sliced through the atmosphere. They were like a torrential rain that covered the sky and earth as they swept out in Noah's direction. Seeing this, Noah could not help but be shocked. A dragon's shadow that can transform? Wasn't that Letitia's dragon's shadow? The three-headed dragon also had a dragon's shadow? He only had time to think about this, as the shadow blade that cut through the atmosphere swept in front of Noah. Noah did not have time to think too much. His feet fiercely stomped on the ground, and at the same time, his body turned into a crimson ray of light, explosively retreating. Bang! The shadow blade that cut through the atmosphere suddenly fell on the ground where Noah was previously standing, causing the ground to explode. After the attack missed, the three-headed dragon's pair of red jade-like eyes flashed with a strong ominous glint. The dragon's shadow behind him twisted, turning into shadow blades, and slashed towards Noah from all directions. Facing the overwhelming shadow blades that swept towards him, the precious gems on Noah's crimson dragon shadow flashed brightly. Boost, supercharge, boost, supercharge, boost, supercharge, boost, supercharge, boost, supercharge, boost, supercharge. The heavy voice sounded one after another, causing the crimson dragon shadow that wrapped around Noah's body to suddenly expand. On the dragon shadow's outline, pieces of dragon scales could be clearly seen, enveloping Noah within. In the next second, the shadow blades that cut through the atmosphere like an overwhelming rainstorm fell on top of the crimson dragon shadow. Clang 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 clang. Numerous shadow blades fiercely bombarded the air scales, causing waves of crisp sounds and dazzling sparks. After multiplying several times, the air scales blocked the three-headed dragon's attack. However, through the air scales, Noah, who clearly sensed how powerful the power of the three-headed dragon's shadow blade was, frowned. No matter if it was quality, power, quantity, or speed, the three-headed dragon's shadow far surpassed Letitia's dragon shadow. However, unlike Letitia's ever-changing dragon shadow, the three-headed dragon's dragon shadow seemed to be very simple to use. It could only form shadow blades or wings for flight. But because of this, its power was strengthened to the extreme. If he continued to passively defend, it was only a matter of time before the air scales were broken. In this kind of situation, what kind of avatar should he use? In terms of power, there was Giant. In terms of speed, there was Phoenix. In terms of destructive power, there was Storm and White Horse. In accordance with the battle situation, there was Priest and Thunder that could use various methods. In terms of group advantage, there was Herd. In terms of quick recovery, there was Elf. All kinds of avatars, if used according to the battle situation, could lead the battle situation to an advantageous situation. This was Noah's advantage. One of the reasons why Wales Lana was able to become the god of victory was because of the ability of his 10 avatars to adapt to different situations. Another reason was that when facing a god, he could always use the warrior ability to be victorious. If he had enough knowledge and could use the warrior ability, then no matter what kind of opponent he faced, he would be able to win. Therefore, this avatar was also Noah's trump card. However, Noah clenched his right hand tightly, and a trace of uncertainty appeared in his eyes. He already had the knowledge of Az-Dakaha. However, Noah found out that he was right. Currently, his greatest trump card, the warrior avatar, could not be used at all. Because Noah lacked the most important knowledge. The essence of the mystic dragon named Az-Dakaha as a human's final trial. Chapter 1386. The inheritance of the demonic dragon named Az-Dakaha was surprisingly simple. At least, the records in the Persian Zoroastrianism were very simple. A king somewhere was captured by the desire and evil in his heart and did all kinds of evil things. In the end, he turned into a dragon monster and became an existence that destroyed the world. This kind of story that even adults sometimes made up to coax children was the inheritance of Az-Dakaha. The king who turned into a dragon monster was considered to be the prototype of Az-Dakaha. In fact, in the inheritance of Zoroastrianism, Az-Dakaha had a more complicated origin. The so-called Zoroastrianism was the national religion of the ancient Persian Empire, also known as Zoroastrianism. It was the most influential religion before the birth of Christianity. The religion advocated the dualism of good and evil, and believed that everything in the world should be divided into two opposite sides. Therefore, in Persian mythology, the gods were also divided into two camps, good and evil. The good camp was led by the good god Ahura Mazda. The evil camp was led by the evil god Angola Manuel. The two camps were opposite in Persian mythology, and for many years, they had been fighting with humans as the center. The evil god wanted to destroy the world and humans. The good god wanted to save the world and humans. The two sides fought with humans as the center, and had a far-reaching impact on humans. Among them, there was a human king who was led to depravity by the evil god Angola Manuel. In the end, two ferocious and terrifying snake heads grew on his shoulders, and he completely turned into a demonic dragon. He committed all kinds of evil, and even destroyed 1/3 of the entire world. This king who was going to fall was considered to be the prototype of Az-Dakaha. The three-headed demonic dragon, who was considered to be the incarnation of the evil god, became the representative of the evil camp in Persian mythology, and fought for the evil god. It was worth mentioning that in Persian mythology, the sun god Mitra was the representative of the good god Ahura Mazda in the world, and he defended truth and justice from the evil power of Angola Manuel. As the guardian of Mitra, he inherited part of Mitra's war god. The god who represented the good camp was the undefeated god of victory, Velaslana. Velaslana, who had the God-Slayer's sword, was the most outstanding military god in the good faction. He was famous for always winning and killing countless evil gods in the evil faction. He was feared by the gods in the evil faction. Among them, Az-Dakaha had been defeated by Velaslana and had become his captive. This was the inheritance of the three-headed demonic dragon that Noah knew. However, Noah only knew about the three-headed demonic dragon. He didn't know why this demonic dragon was able to surpass the three strongest species of the box court and become the final trial for humans. Humanity's final trial. As the name implied, it was the highest level of training for humans. It was the embodiment of all the elements that could destroy humanity. After all, humans were generally considered to be creatures that would eventually die out. There were many reasons for this. Some people believed that humans would develop technology that could destroy themselves. Some people believed that humans would be destroyed by fighting each other. Some people believed that human beings would destroy their living space due to overexploitation of the environment, leading to self-destruction. Some people believed that humans would eventually be affected by some kind of handmade doomsday and disappear in the long river of history. These elements could all evolve into the origin of humanity's final trial, leading to the birth of the existence known as humanity's final trial. The life and death of humans were closely related to the existence of gods. This was because people didn't know whether it was the belief of humans that led to the birth of gods, or the gods that created humans and allowed humans to appear in this world. This kind of chicken before the egg problem made humans and gods become observers of each other and closely related to each other. Therefore, if humans were to die out, the gods would also be affected. In view of this, the element that led to the destruction of humans, which was the so-called humanity's final trial, generally had the nature of a god slayer and could kill the gods. In other words, the three-headed demonic dragon named Az-Dakaha was just a pillar of the gods in the fire worship sect. Later on, because he carried the element that could destroy humans, he became humanity's final trial. What was this element? Why did it have to be Az-Dakaha who shouldered this element and became the final human trial? After becoming humanity's final trial, what kind of power did Az-Dakaha obtain to become a god slayer and defeat millions of gods? What Noah lacked was this knowledge. Without this knowledge, the warrior's clone couldn't be used on the three-headed demonic dragon. In other words, Noah had to face the most ancient demon king in the three digits without a trump card. This is going to be troublesome, as Noah muttered softly. The overwhelming shadow blades cut through the air and landed on the crimson scale like raindrops. Clang 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 clang. Intense sounds of metal colliding rang out incessantly, accompanied by dense sparks that shot out continuously. At a certain moment, a sharp shadow blade landed heavily on a spot on the crimson scale. Clang! The sound was louder than any of the metal colliding sounds before. Crack! Such a cracking sound rang out on the crimson dragon shadow. Noah's gaze turned cold, and he turned his head abruptly to look at a corner. There, a crack had appeared on the crimson dragon shadow, and it was gradually expanding. Under such circumstances, the overwhelming shadow blades fell from the sky and landed on the fissure one by one amidst the sharp sounds of breaking through the air. Bang! With the sound of glass shattering, the crimson dragon's shadow was directly shattered, turning into fragments that filled the sky and dissipated into the air. Then, the overwhelming shadow blades shot out from all directions and instantly surrounded the space in front of Noah. Noah was very sure. If he was hit by those shadow blades, then even if he had LV5 level durability and sword's protection to protect himself, he would still be riddled with holes and die a horrible death. At this moment, the stone plate in Noah's heart turned and pointed to the Phoenix incarnation. Immediately after, with a flash of light, Noah's figure disappeared on the spot. Boom! The overwhelming shadow blades suddenly fell on the ground, and in the midst of the shocking explosion, the ground exploded, and countless gravel and sand were stirred up. It was as if a big explosion had occurred, and the scene was extremely shocking. However, looking at the place that exploded like a big explosion, the three-headed dragon's pair of red jade-like eyes flickered. A phantom abruptly burst out from the pervading smoke and dust, bringing along a series of light and shadow as it flashed in front of the three-headed dragon. Even the three-headed dragon could not react to that speed. By the time it reacted, Noah had already flashed out from the phantom and arrived in front of the three-headed dragon. Clenching his fist, he punched the three-headed dragon's chest. Noah's target was naturally the world fragment in the three-headed dragon's chest. No matter what, he had to retrieve the world fragment from the three-headed dragon's body first. Regarding the absolute evil, mystic dragon, Noah did not need to worry about the other party's safety. Even if it died, it definitely deserved to die. Since that was the case, even if he had to cut open its stomach, Noah had to retrieve the world fragment from the three-headed dragon's body. However, Noah, who had this thought, was completely shocked in the next second. Bang! Following a muffled sound, bright red blood sputtered into the air. That blood was not the three-headed dragon's blood. It was Noah's blood. After Noah's fist, which had smashed toward the three-headed dragon's chest, landed on the three-headed dragon's body, it was as if he had punched a piece of metal with a terrifying hardness. The feedback force caused his skin to break, and even his bones to let out a wailing sound. An intense pain attacked Noah's mind, and the shocked Noah could not help but let out a muffled groan. Swish! It was as if it had been waiting for this moment to appear. That extremely fast shadow blade swept out, and ruthlessly chopped down at Noah. Poochie! Thick blood splashed into the air, and sprinkled on the ground. Chapter 1387. Poochie! A black blade that could cut open the earth fell from the sky. It was like a sharp flash of light that cut through space, bringing about a clear ripping sound and a burst of crimson blood. The blood splattered on the ground and dyed it red, forming a pool of blood. The air was filled with traces of blood that were difficult to detect. Under such circumstances, a phantom retreated at extreme speed. It was like a ray of light that flashed backward until it was a distance away from the three-headed dragon. It then stopped and revealed Noah's figure. However, as soon as his figure appeared, Noah's body immediately went limp and he knelt on the ground with one knee. Drip! Drip! The sound of water droplets slowly reverberated in the air. It was the sound of blood dripping from Noah's body as he knelt on the ground with one knee on the ground. Upon closer inspection, from Noah's shoulder to the side of his abdomen, a huge wound was branded in front of Noah's body. It was as if Noah's body was cut diagonally in half. A large amount of blood flowed out from the wound and slowly dyed the ground red. Cough! Noah involuntarily coughed out a mouthful of blood. The intense pain in front of him caused him to involuntarily clench his teeth. He forcefully swallowed the sweetness that surged up his throat. His eyes stared intently at the three-headed dragon, which was emitting a violent aura. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. What's with that body? It was no wonder that Noah would ask such a question. The three-headed dragon's body was simply too inconceivable. So far, Noah had never encountered a situation where not only did his opponent not suffer any damage from his attack, but he, as the attacker, suffered a bitter consequence because of the reaction force. If it had been blocked or dodged, that would have been excusable. However, the three-headed dragon did not use any tricks. It only used its body to withstand Noah's attack. There was only one reason why Noah's punch did not cause any damage to his opponent and instead caused his fist to shatter. In the words of the game, it was impossible to break through its defense. The three-headed dragon's body was terrifyingly tough. Even with the blessing of LV5 ability value, a punch not only did not cause any damage to the opponent, but also hurt his own terrifying hard body because of the reaction force. Perhaps the three-headed dragon had seen through this point and purposely endured Noah's attack. Then, when Noah suffered the consequences of his own actions, it launched a surprise attack, intending to kill Noah in one fell swoop. Just now, if Noah had not used the phoenix's speed to retreat at the critical moment, that shadow blade would not have simply cut open Noah's chest, but would have cut Noah's entire body into two. Is this the real Demon King? The demon kings in the box court referred to the Asura gods and Buddhas who abused the authority of the organizer. However, the three-headed dragon was not that kind of existence. Humans in the final trial were all born as demon kings. There was no need to abuse the authority of the organizer to become a demon king. Resisting the intense pain in his body, Noah clenched his teeth and stood up with difficulty. He took a deep breath and chanted a new language. Noble and intelligent, elegant and beautiful, I praise your life, here you are one with nature. The outline of the 10 figures connected to the avatar suddenly turned and pointed to the figure of the elf. A fluorescent light like starlight flickered from Noah's body and covered his entire body. Under that beautiful starlight, Noah's hideous wounds and cracked fists healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Noah's somewhat pale face regained its rosy and healthy color. Seeing this scene, the three-headed dragon's 6 red jade-like eyes slightly flickered. Immediately, a heavy voice came from one of the three-headed dragon's heads. Undoubtedly, you are a human, how can you wield the power of a god like this? The sudden voice stunned Noah for a moment, then he understood what was going on. The three-headed dragon spoke. So that's how it is. Noah endured the pain and recovered as he spoke mockingly. Thinking about it, how could the evil god of the sect of fire not know how to speak? So that frightening roar from before was just a bluff? That's just to raise my monstrous nature. Since you're a monster, there's no need for you to use human language, the three-headed dragon opened its ferocious mouth and said as if it was mocking and sneering at the same time. However, there is only you and me here, so there is no need to be so stubborn. Moreover, the power you use gives me a familiar feeling, making me want to devour you. It is really strange, for thousands of years, as a demon king wreaking havoc in this world, this is the first time I have had such a feeling, so I couldn't help but want to speak a little. Saying this, the three-headed dragon's 3 heads and 6 eyes stared closely at Noah and let out a low roar. Answer me. Human hero. Why do you have the power of my enemy in your body? The three-headed dragon saw through the part of the god of victory's power that Noah used, which was the power of the god of victory. Or rather, it was strange that the three-headed dragon did not recognize the power of the hateful enemy god that had once reduced him to a captive. However, in the face of the three-headed dragon's low roar that seemed like a tornado, Noah's reply was rather relaxed and cheerful. Isn't the so-called grace a power bestowed by various Asura gods and Buddhas? Then it's not strange for me to have the power bestowed by a god, is it? No, if it was only bestowed power, it would be impossible for it to reach such strength. Moreover, rather than saying that your power was bestowed, it would be better to say that it was bestowed. That feeling is simply as if you are a true god. The three-headed dragon spoke extremely calmly. However, you are unquestionably a human. As a human in the final trial, I can very clearly confirm that you are a human. Then, how did you become a godlike existence? I am very curious about this. Is that so? Noah laughed coldly. I am also very curious about what's going on with your body. I am even curious about the nature of your final trial as a human. Then, can I ask you to give me an answer? Hearing this, the three-headed dragon fell silent. After a while, the three-headed dragon raised his 3 heads and spoke indifferently. You are right. What's going on is no longer important. What's important is whether I, as the challenged party, or you, as the challenger, will obtain victory in the end. After saying this, the three-headed dragon's 3 pairs of eyes flashed with an ominous glint once again. His entire body shook with a monstrous aura. I am a pillar of the fire worship sex gods. I am the demon king Azidakaha. I am the embodiment of evil that cannot live under the same sky. The three-headed dragon's roar turned into a fatal wind wave that blew apart the atmosphere and also blew apart the earth. Moreover, the cape on his back fluttered loudly in the wind. No. That was not a cape. That was a flag. A red flag with the primitive word evil engraved on it. This flag was carried on the three-headed dragon's back like a cape and was blown away by the sound waves brought about by the roar. This flag that was carried by the three-headed dragon like a cape was embedded into the three-headed dragon's shoulder by a screw-like iron stake. The three-headed dragon also raised his 3 heads that were also pierced by the stake and let out a roar that scattered the sea of clouds and resounded through the heavens and earth. Bring it on. The human hero that I have not seen for hundreds of years. Use all your strength. Use all your wisdom. Use all your brute strength. Try to turn into a radiant sword that can pierce through my chest. I am absolute evil. Above my corpse is justice. The roar that resounded through the heavens and earth blew up a storm that shook the heavens and earth, attempting to blow Noah into pieces. However, Noah stood with his back straight. He endured the extreme storm and muttered to himself, That's right. Use all your strength, use all your wisdom, use all your brute strength. Suddenly, Noah fiercely raised his head and shot his gaze at the three-headed dragon like lightning. Against you. There is no need to go to that extent. Earth lizard. After shouting, Noah's body turned into a bullet that was shot out of the barrel. Like flashing lightning, he violently shot forward. Chapter 1388. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of the ground cracking, Noah, who had stepped on the ground, turned into a black shadow and shot towards the three-headed dragon. Under the elf incarnation's incredible recovery ability, Noah's wound that was no different from a fatal injury had already disappeared, leaving behind only blood that dyed his clothes red. His shattered fist was also restored to a perfect state under the elf's recovery ability. In less than a minute, he was able to completely recover from a near-fatal injury. It had to be said that the effect of the elf incarnation was simply like a nightmare to the enemy. However, in the face of the fully recovered Noah, the three-headed dragon simply opened its mouth and laughed without a care. So what if his recovery ability was extraordinary? So what if he was extremely difficult to deal with? No matter what kind of situation he faced, no matter what kind of enemy he faced, he would crush them with absolute power and bring them complete despair. That was the true Demon King. The more powerful the enemy was, the more despair he would feel when he knelt in front of him. Az Dakaha was standing here to bring about such despair. Come, human hero. You have the courage to face the true Demon King alone. Let me appraise you. After saying that, the dragon's shadow behind the three-headed dragon immediately twisted and turned into a huge black blade that was over 100 feet long. With a chi sound, it cut through the void, bringing with it an unparalleled wind, and fiercely chopped towards Noah's direction. The huge shadow blade swept across the sky, causing a strong wind pressure that caused even the mountains over 100 meters away to tremble slightly. It was only a simple attack, but it was actually able to reach such a level. It was indeed worthy of being a three-digit existence. This level of attack even shattered Noah's air scales that had been multiplied several times. In just one attack, Noah's body that had reached LV5 and had reached the A stage of durability and sword protection were cut open. In addition to that abnormally hard body, extreme strength, and extreme defense, just the power of one incarnation was not enough to deal with it. To what extent can the current me withstand using two avatars at the same time? Gazing at the gigantic shadow blade that tore through space, Noah closed his eyes for a moment before opening them abruptly. Since the battle with Orpheus, I'll prove how much I've improved. At this moment, the divine power in Noah's body seemed to be overturning the seas, surging crazily. Bang! Like a stormy sea, an extremely powerful storm of divine power erupted from Noah's body. At this moment, in Noah's heart, the stone plate with the 10 patterns connected to it suddenly trembled. On it, 2 patterns suddenly flashed with a dazzling light. Of the 2 designs, one was the giant. If he wanted to cause damage to the three-headed dragon's abnormally tough body, this was the only incarnation that Noah could think of. The other one was Phoenix. In the face of the three-headed dragon's extreme strength, using extreme speed to completely subdue it should be enough. Under such consideration, the giant, which symbolized Noah's greatest strength, and the phoenix, which symbolized his greatest speed, bloomed with dazzling light. Then, a violent power that was enough to burst a true giant's body, crazily surged within Noah's body. In the case of using 2 avatars at the same time, Noah's body and mind would bear an unimaginable burden. That burden, before Noah obtained the ability value, would only be able to bear it for less than 10 minutes before completely losing the ability to fight and even move. Now, with the ability value of LV5 and the blessing of the A stage, durability, he was finally able to bear the burden on his body. As for the mental burden, when it attacked Noah's mind, it was blocked by a burst of light that rose sharply from within Noah's body. That burst of light was in the shape of a dragon. It was the power of the dragon's sun's sovereignty of the 12 equatorial stars. In addition to being able to summon the corresponding star beast, the sun's sovereignty could also carry out the corresponding strengthening of the inheritance. The sun's sovereignty of the Leo constellation could bring the gift of invulnerability. Such a blessing would allow the Leo constellation's sun sovereign to be immune to all blade-type attacks. Galgi was able to reflect all the weapons in the world only because he used the simulated star atlas, another cosmology, using the sun's sovereignty of the Leo constellation to summon Vishnu's 4th incarnation, the man-lion Naruhimo, to achieve this result. Therefore, the sun's sovereignty of the Leo constellation could only bring the gift of invulnerability. The sun's sovereignty of the dragon could allow the spirit to show a certain degree of amplification. However, Noah did not have the power of the spirit, which was unique to the box garden world. As a result, the amplification of the sun's sovereignty of the dragon turned into an amplification of the mysterious power in Noah's body, namely, the amplification of magic, divine power, and other such energy. And don't forget, Noah's magic that originated from the ability value did not consume the magic power in the energy source, but the magic power that was converted from spiritual power. Therefore, Noah thought, using the sun's sovereignty of the dragon to amplify the magic power that was converted from spiritual power, and then releasing the magic power to transform into spiritual power to strengthen his own spiritual power. As a result, the burden on his spiritual power was also shouldered. In other words, at this very moment, Noah truly obtained the power to use two incarnations at the same time without any burden. Wang! Suddenly, a giant appeared from Noah's body, and then suddenly shrank, like a layer of light and shadow, barely covering the outline of Noah's body. In the next second, Noah disappeared from the spot. Pang! A huge shadow blade shot over and directly landed on the ground, exploding the ground and stirring up a thick cloud of sand and gravel. In the thick cloud of sand and gravel, a phantom burst out, and with a terrifying speed, swept in front of the three-headed dragon. The three-headed dragon's expression suddenly changed. However, at this time, it was already too late to react. Noah clenched his fist tightly, and the light and shadow that covered the outline of his fist suddenly expanded, converging into a blurry giant's fist. Block it again for me to see. After saying that, Noah's fist was like an erupting volcano, with a terrifying fist wind and dense light, and heavily bombarded the three-headed dragon's abdomen. Dong! Accompanied by a deafening sound that was so heavy that it seemed to shake the world, a terrifying air current swept out from where Noah and the three-headed dragon were like a tempest. It turned into an intense impact that caused the ground in the vicinity to collapse for close to 100 meters. After that, a figure flew out from within like an arrow that had left its bow, and it rubbed against the air. Amidst the sharp sounds of the air tearing apart, it smashed apart numerous dilapidated buildings all along the way, causing debris to fill the sky. It was the three-headed dragon that was blasted away. Just like when the three-headed dragon sent Noah flying at the beginning. This time, it was the three-headed dragon's turn to be blasted away. At the same time, a phantom burst out like a meteor, easily catching up with the three-headed dragon that was smashing through the buildings along the way, and flashing under its body. In the next second, a strong and powerful kick soared into the sky, bringing along a light and shadow, and fiercely kicked the three-headed dragon's back. Pang! In the stifled sound that made people's hearts contract, the three-headed dragon, who had an abnormally heavy and hard body, was kicked into the sky by the force of the impact. The strong impact from the whole body turned into a substantial pain that attacked the three-headed dragon, causing the three-headed dragon to finally react. It flapped the wings formed by the shadow of the dragon on its back, stopping its body from soaring into the sky. However, at this moment, the three pairs of red jade-like eyes in the three-headed dragon's three heads suddenly shrank. This was because a huge fist that covered the sky, like a mirage, suddenly fell from the sky with an unimaginable speed, exploding on the three-headed dragon's body. Boom! Along with a roar that resounded through the space, the huge fist that covered the sky and the sun blasted the three-headed dragon into the ground, causing the ground to sink layer by layer. Chapter 1389. Boom! The lightning-fast giant fist of light suddenly blasted the earth, making it seem as if it had turned into fragile glass at this moment. It broke piece by piece, then sank down layer by layer, and directly fell apart. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of an explosion, hot magma gushed out from the cracks in the collapsed earth and sprinkled to the surroundings. In an instant, the entire surroundings turned into a purgatory, and even the temperature in the air suddenly rose by an unknown amount. Thus, the turbid flow formed by the magma flowed between the cracks in the earth, dyeing the space red and black. That scene was like being in the middle of a volcano. It was exceptionally shocking. And in the center of such a purgatory, a phantom of a giant stood there, its fists still in a downward bombardment posture, and its whole body was flowing with vigorous divine power. As for inside the phantom of the giant, Noah also stood there, slightly panting. Being able to exercise the power of the lightning fast, that is, the incarnation of the phoenix, originally brought a certain burden to the body. As a result, coupled with the fact that Noah was also using another incarnation at the same time, it brought a huge burden to use two incarnations at the same time. Under the combination of the two, although it was not a burden to Noah who had reached LV 5, durability, blessing and the 12 equatorial stars, sovereign blessing of the dragon's son, it still caused a rapid loss of physical strength. Of course, it was not only physical strength that was quickly lost, but also divine power. However, the divine power accumulated in Noah's divine power source had reached a truly inexhaustible state, and no matter how fast it was lost, it could not be exhausted. In terms of physical strength, Noah also had the breathing technique that could quickly restore physical strength. Therefore, even if he kept fighting in this state, if he wanted to tire Noah out, it was absolutely impossible to do it without at least a day and a night. From the past when he used it for less than 10 minutes, to today when he had complete control of it, it was obvious how much progress Noah had made. This also proved that Noah's choice to accept Hestia's favor and become her clan member was correct. Without the blessing of LV 5 durability, Noah would never be able to bear the physical burden of using two avatars at the same time for a long time. As for the mental burden, it was indeed thanks to the protection of the dragon's son's sovereignty, which also proved that Noah's negotiation with Galgi was correct. Now, if Noah were to challenge Orpheus again, Noah would definitely not be as pathetic as before. Unfortunately, the three-headed dragon was even more difficult to deal with than Orpheus. At a certain moment, Noah's expression changed slightly. Under the giant phantom's fist, the ground began to tremble. Roha! With a hysterical roar, the giant phantom's fist suddenly trembled and involuntarily rose up bit by bit. If that's all you've got, that won't be able to crush the banner of evil that I bear. Heroes of the human race. With such a roar, the three-headed dragon seemed to be holding up the sky. The veins all over its body bulged, and its three heads roared towards the sky, bursting out with an extremely terrifying power. It actually lifted the giant phantom's fist, which was many times larger than itself. Looking at this extremely unrealistic scene, even Noah's expression sank bit by bit. Then, a fierce light appeared on his face. I'd like to see if you can really hold on. In Noah's heart, the two images of the giant and the phoenix that were shining dazzlingly at the same time suddenly dimmed and was replaced by another image. The image that dimmed was the phoenix. It was replaced by the dragon emperor. Wang! The giant phantom that blotted out the sky suddenly twisted fiercely, and its entire body surged with a scarlet flame, gradually changing shape. Not long after, the giant phantom that blotted out the sky transformed into a scarlet dragon that also blotted out the sky. From head to toe, the gem-like treasures on its body flashed with a light. Boost, 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 boost. Every time a clear voice was heard from the sparkling jade, the aura of the crimson dragon's shadow that blotted out the sky would double in size. When the voice fell and no longer sounded, the scarlet dragon phantom's body had already expanded to 100 times its original size. Similarly, the power of the fist that bombarded the three-headed dragon's body had also increased by who knows how many times. The terrifying power caused the ferocious dragon claw-like scarlet fist to suddenly sink, causing the body of the three-headed dragon, which seemed to be able to hold up the sky with great difficulty, to also sink down heavily. Immediately, with the three-headed dragon at the center of the enormous fist as the center, cracks like the abyss of hell spread out and were filled with scorching hot magma. The three-headed dragon used all its strength to resist the enormous fist that had suddenly increased by who knows how many times, and the veins on its entire body bulged. Under the terrifying power that had multiplied by who knows how many times, the three-headed dragon still seemed to be able to support the entire sky, and was able to resist the enormous fist. TSK. Noah couldn't help but be speechless. Just how ridiculous is it? You earth lizard. Noah didn't know that although the three-headed dragon's body was only 3 meters long, its body that was only twice the size of a human's had compressed the mass of an entire continent. Therefore, when Noah's fist had previously struck the three-headed dragon, it still hadn't caused any damage, and had instead shattered the fist. In other words, Noah was currently wrestling with an entire continent. If he didn't have the power to shake an entire continent, then he wouldn't be able to do anything to the three-headed dragon. Then, can Noah, who used both the giant and the dragon emperor avatars, shake the continent? The answer would be revealed in the next moment. Poochie. Suddenly, a piece of muscle on the three-headed dragon's body exploded. Under the unimaginable power, although the three-headed dragon relied on its terrifying willpower to hold on, its body was the first to be unable to hold on and exploded. And all of a sudden, it seemed to have caused a chain reaction. Poochie poochie poochie. The muscles on the three-headed dragon's body exploded one after another, and thick blood splashed out and sprinkled on the ground. However, the blood that sprinkled on the ground melted into the ground, causing the soil to distort and transform into clones that were a size smaller than the three-headed dragon, roaring towards the sky. Seeing this, Noah's gaze turned cold. He had almost forgotten. This absolute evil was able to transform its own blood into a god-level clone, and could create a group of gods by itself. Go! My clones! The three-headed dragon roared as it resisted the huge fist that was covered in blood. Let's wipe out the enemy! The god-level two-headed dragon suddenly roared and rushed towards Noah's direction. A sharp glint flashed across Noah's eyes as he watched the twin-headed dragon pouncing towards him. If you can do it, then give it a try. After saying this, Noah stretched out a hand. A golden ripple like a water wave fluctuated from his side, and a knight's sword that shone like gold popped out. Tightly holding the golden knight's sword, Noah's body exploded with terrifying divine power. Boost 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 boost. The power that had been multiplied countless times was poured into the knight's sword in his hand. Pang! The knight's sword, which was shining like gold, suddenly burst out with a shocking aura. Excalibur! Holding the shining knight's sword, Noah raised it high above his head and slashed down heavily. A pillar of light that connected the heavens and the earth suddenly appeared in this area and shot toward the two-headed dragons that were pouncing toward them, completely drowning the two-headed dragons that were at the level of gods. Chapter 1390. Wang. The huge beam of light that caused the space to tremble swept straight ahead. It was like a meteor that pierced through the sky, shining with a dazzling light that was enough to burn people's eyes. It drowned the two-headed dragons that were pouncing toward it. After being multiplied by the Dragon Emperor's incarnation countless times, the two-headed dragons that were at least at the level of deities, which could definitely be ranked in the top 5, were directly annihilated in the light and turned into ashes. Under such circumstances, the light beam that pierced through the sky and the earth shot forward without slowing down, sweeping straight in the direction of the three-headed dragon that was facing the huge fist shadow. The vision in front of it was completely filled by the light beam that pierced through the sky and the earth. Looking at the huge light beam that was gradually advancing toward it that even it could not ignore, the three-headed dragon's red jade-like eyes were filled with extreme fierceness. A godhead bestowment weapon named Excalibur. Is it King Arthur's item in Celtic mythology and British legends? With this, there's no way to crush absolute evil. Saying this, the three-headed dragon's entire body erupted with a blazing radiance that resembled flames. The light was even hotter than the surrounding magma. Activate Avesta. Counteracted in turn. Simulate star map, another cosmology. The flame-like light that burst out from the three-headed dragon's body instantly turned into a curtain of light that surged in all directions like a tide. The light beam that pierced through the sky and the earth directly collided with it. Boom! An earth-shattering loud bang resounded. At this moment, a destructive force swept out from the collision of the two auroras like a storm, causing the whole world to tremble at this moment as if there was an earthquake. Dong! Finally, the earth could not bear the burden and exploded, turning into pieces of debris that were swallowed by the magma that emerged from the depths of the earth. Boom! The magma that formed an ocean made an explosive sound, setting off fiery red waves formed by hot mud that surged in all directions. The entire magma ocean suddenly expanded, submerging pieces of land in an instant. It only stopped when it surged to the towering mountains and was blocked as if it was slapping on a reef. In the center of the magma ocean, the destructive storm caused by the collision of the two auroras was still raging, forming a ring-shaped shock wave that swept to the surroundings. Thus, mixed with the magma, the shock wave that was like a flaming storm seemed to connect the heavens and the earth like ripples, spreading to a range of nearly 1,000 meters, thousands of meters, and even tens of thousands of meters. Wherever it passed, the earth was smashed into pieces and sunk into the magma ocean. That scene was like a red lotus hell that could destroy the heavens and the earth, and the earth. Ordinary people simply could not imagine it. After an unknown amount of time had passed, the storm that contained destructive power gradually. What was left was only an endless ocean of magma that was blocked at the end of the mountain range. The magma ocean was still surging with waves, bringing with it the sound of exploding water, constantly rolling over and over. The capital of brilliant flames had already sunk into this ocean, and not a trace of it could be seen. Splash! At a certain moment, in a corner of the magma ocean, a huge splash exploded, revealing a figure from within. Ha! 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 The three-headed dragon with a pair of wings formed by a pitch-black dragon's shadow was suspended in mid-air, panting violently while clutching its chest. At that spot, a glowing heart had appeared out of nowhere. That was the most fatal weakness of the three-headed dragon. Noah did not know that in order to defeat the three-headed dragon, he had to attack its three vital points. The first was the head. The second was the shoulders. The third was the heart. And after years of fighting with other species as the Demon King, the three-headed dragon's three heads had already been pierced through by pile-like objects, and the flesh on its shoulders had also been twisted into screw-like stakes that sewed flags to its shoulders. Next, as long as the three-headed dragon exposed its heart and pierced through it, the existence known as the final trial of humans would die. And the way to expose the three-headed dragon's heart was to make it spit out all of its clones. As mentioned before, the three-headed dragon's clones could not be split without restraint. Every time it split, a part of its spiritual core would have to be separated. In other words, only when the spiritual core of the three-headed dragon was reduced to a certain extent as the clones split would its heart be exposed. Using a martial tool as an analogy, the three-headed dragon's clones were like the three-headed dragon's armor. Only by peeling off this layer of armor on the three-headed dragon would he be able to cause real damage to it. Now, the three-headed dragon's armor had been completely peeled off. Who would have thought that I would be forced to this extent by a mere human? While saying this, the three-headed dragon's eyes were filled with extreme excitement. As the highest trial left by the world for humans, the three-headed dragon's existence meant the extinction of humans. The final trial of humans was the result of materializing all the factors that could destroy humans. And if humans could pass this trial, they would be able to evolve and obtain the qualifications to pass the predestined apocalypse. The three-headed dragon carried all of this on its shoulders as it fought. Only humans could defeat absolute evil. Now, there was a human who had forced the three-headed dragon, who had become the final trial of humans, into this state by himself. This was unprecedented. What a pity. Such a peerless hero is still unable to crush my evil. The three-headed dragon spat out such a regret. However, it was still too early for him to express his regret. Accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, a phantom shot out from the lava and appeared in front of the three-headed dragon. The three-headed dragon's body trembled as it suddenly raised its head. Immediately after, Noah, whose entire body was covered by the crimson dragon phantom, whose clothes were charred black and whose mouth had a trace of blood, entered the three-headed dragon's eyes. He was in a sorry state, and even his skin was torn apart, flowing with dark red blood. The three-headed dragon didn't even have time to react. In the next moment, the attack that contained the incarnation of the Dragon Emperor, with the support of the Phoenix's speed, swept out at a speed that could not be avoided. Poochie! A tearing sound resounded. The hand that was covered by the dragon phantom pierced through the three-headed dragon's chest and tightly grasped the glowing heart. The three-headed dragon's eyes suddenly froze. Reflected in its red jade-like eyes was the human hero who had single-handedly suppressed the final trial of humans and was covered in scars. Ha, ha. Noah met the three-headed dragon's sluggish gaze. While panting, he endured the pain in his body and spoke in a low voice. I won, Lord Demon King. After saying this, Noah tightly grasped the glowing heart in the three-headed dragon's chest and fiercely pulled it out. Poochie. Along with a thick splash of blood, the three-headed dragon's heart was pulled out of its chest by Noah. Ugh! The three-headed dragon squeezed out an unpleasant sound from its throat. Its 3 pairs of eyes trembled violently, and finally, gradually dimmed. Noah's trembling hand held the dragon's heart that was covered in blood and revealed a satisfied smile. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. The three-headed dragon's pair of eyes that had gradually lost their luster suddenly flashed with light again. In its chest, a brand new heart emerged. Roar! An angry roar that resounded through the sky. The three-headed dragon waved its sharp claws as Noah's pupils suddenly shrank. Poochie! The sharp claws pierced through Noah's abdomen and came out from behind. An indescribable pain assaulted Noah's entire body. Looking at the sharp claws that pierced through his abdomen, Noah stretched out his hand with difficulty and pressed on it. He raised his head and stared unwaveringly at the three-headed dragon. You. Why? The three-headed dragon calmly looked at Noah and softly said, It's a pity. It's rare for a human hero whose martial prowess surpasses mine to appear. Unfortunately, it's easy to defeat me, but if you want to surpass me, strength alone is useless. The three-headed dragon looked at Noah as if it was regretting something. You won against me, but you didn't surpass the final trial. That's how it is. Leaving these words, the three-headed dragon pulled its claws out of Noah's abdomen and pushed Noah into the sea of lava. As Noah fell into the sea of lava, he looked at the three-headed dragon that was looking down at him. His consciousness gradually blurred. Then, Noah, who had lost consciousness, fell into the sea of magma and was swallowed by it. No one noticed. The moment Noah fell into the lava, the three-headed dragon's heart in his hands suddenly trembled. A tattered feather floated out and touched Noah's body. In the next second, Noah disappeared. In the pure white space, Noah, who was covered in broken feathers, suddenly appeared with a scarred Noah. Immediately after, a complete feather suddenly floated over and touched Noah's body, causing Noah to disappear once again. Chapter 1391. The morning sun shone down from the sky, illuminating the red and white iron tower that seemed to reach the clouds. This iron tower, not only in this country, but also in other countries, enjoyed a bit of a reputation. Not far from this iron tower that enjoyed a bit of fame, there were extremely complex and varied buildings. Some of these buildings were high-class restaurants, some were small and medium-sized schools, some were famous TV stations, some were radio stations, and there were even embassies nearby. However, if one were to ask what was the most abundant, it would be the shrines and temples other than residences. For some reason, there were many shrines and temples on the streets not far from the famous Iron Tower. Among them, there was a shrine at the end of a complicated path, sitting on a stone platform with more than 200 steps. It was a shrine surrounded by lush trees, surrounded by lush greenery. In front of such a shrine, a young woman was currently holding a broom, using slow and rhythmic movements to skillfully sweep the floor. The young girl was wearing a very standard witch costume, and she was about 15 or 16 years old. She had long hair that reached her waist, and it emitted a beautiful luster under the sunlight. However, the young girl's hair was not black, but a brown color that was close to coffee. The scene of a young girl with long hair that reached her waist, wearing a witch costume, sweeping in front of the shrine was like a beautiful painting, and it made people feel like it could disappear at any time. And indeed, this beautiful scene was quickly destroyed by a sudden accident. Pa-dash! Without any warning, in a crisp sound, the broom in the young girl's hands suddenly broke into two. This scene made the young girl's hands stop moving. She stared blankly at the broom in her hand, and after a while, she spoke in a melancholy tone. It seems like something is about to happen. There was no doubt that this statement had no basis for ordinary people. However, the young girl was not an ordinary person. Although she was not superstitious, the young girl had an inseparable relationship with the part that would be regarded as superstitious. Therefore, the broom breaking for no reason was equivalent to an omen, and it was enough for the young girl to believe. Something was about to happen near her. Moreover, it was a big matter. At this moment, a frivolous voice sounded from the direction of the stone steps. "Excuse me, may I ask if you are Miss Wanlaguyoli?" Hearing this voice, the young girl called Wanlaguyoli recovered from her daze, turned her head, and looked in the direction of the stone steps. There, a person was slowly walking toward the young girl. It was a young man in a suit and leather shoes, who looked about 30 years old. He had stubble and gave people a sloppy feeling. The moment she saw this young man, Wanlaguyoli understood. He was not an ordinary person. This was because ordinary people would not look at Wanlaguyoli as if she was a precious talent. In front of ordinary people, Wanlaguyoli was just a well-educated lady. However, in front of those who were not ordinary people, the value of the 10,000-mile valley would truly show. After clearly understanding this point, Wanlaguyoli's expression suddenly became serious. "May I ask who are you?" "My name is Kanbu, the beautiful witch Yuan." The young man introduced himself in a way that was not polite at all and handed a business card to Wanlaguyoli. "After seeing this, you should understand." Hearing this, Wanlaguyoli accepted the business card and looked at the content on the business card. The name written on the business card was Kanbu Dongma, which was a somewhat suspicious name. However, what was more suspicious should be the title next to the name. The Official History Compilation Committee. Seeing this title, Wanlaguyoli secretly said in her heart. The person who claimed to be Kanbu Dongma was not an ordinary person, but a member of an organization that absolutely could not be ignored in the Japanese curse world. The so-called Official History Compilation Committee refers to the organization that unified the whole Japanese curse world and directly belongs to the government. Of course, ordinary people are not likely to know the existence of this organization at all. This organization was responsible for leading almost all the regular cursemancers and spiritual power users in this country. Inside, there were secret organizations that controlled information, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Science, National Library, Internal Palace Hall, Shrine Hall, and even the Metropolitan Police Department. In other words, unlike most magic associations in Europe and other places, there was only one organization that secretly controlled everything in this country. In other words, there was only one formal organization. And there was only one purpose for the existence of this organization. That was to hide all kinds of supernatural events in the general society, manage and deal with all the people, things, and things related to supernatural events. A secret organization with supernatural powers such as magic, curses, yin and yang, and even supernatural existences such as gods as the purpose. This was the Official History Compilation Committee. Kanbu Dongma was a member of this curse organization. As for the existence called Witch Yuan by Kanbu Dongma, it was a kind of spiritual power user. Just like the witches in Europe, Witch Yuan was also a spiritual ability user that required a rather special bloodline or talent in order to appear. 10,000 miles Guyoli was a witch with a special bloodline and talent. Kanbu Dongma, right? Kanbu Dongma looked at the sloppy young man. "Excuse me, why are you looking for me?" "You don't need to be so serious, it's not a big deal." Kanbu Dongma seemed to be deliberately teasing, and said such a sentence in a frivolous tone. "I heard that your talent in the field of spirit vision is unparalleled, so, there is something that we hope you can help us look at." Spirit vision. A mysterious ability that can decipher the mysteries of the world, and sometimes even see the future. In Europe, this was a special ability that only a very small number of descendants of witches who once served the mother goddess of the earth had. Kanbu Dongma also had this ability. Therefore, Kanbu Dongma was called Witch Yuan. However, Wanlaguyoli furrowed his brows when he heard Ganjin Dongma's words. "Mr. Gandu, spirit vision isn't a convenient ability. Not only is the chance of triggering it extremely low, but it's also a random trigger, just like the apocalypse. Even if you ask me for help, I might not be able to see anything. You're being modest, Winter Horse Ganchi said calmly. Your talent in the field of spirit vision is universally recognized as outstanding. If others only have a 10% chance of triggering spirit vision, your success rate is more than 50%. Therefore, we hope that you will assist us. Kanbu Dongma suddenly became silent. After a while, the girl helplessly said, I understand, I can try. Thank you very much. Kanbu Dongma politely bowed for the first time, and then took out a piece of cloth from his arms. Looking carefully, it was a piece of clothing. Kanbu Dongma took this piece of cloth and said, The thing that we want you to see is this piece of clothing. Kanbu Dongma raised his eyebrows and looked at Kanbu Dongma. The thing that you want me to see is this? Miss Dongma, this is not an ordinary piece of cloth. They had just met, but Ganjin Dongma directly called out Wanli Gu Yoli's name and said such a sentence. This was left by one of the 7 god slayers in an earth-shattering battle. We spent a lot of effort to find such a piece. God Slayer? Kanbu Dongma's heart trembled. It couldn't be helped. In the magic world, this title only belonged to 7 people. Moreover, each of them had the power to shake the entire human society. They were the demon kings that everyone respected. This piece of cloth was left by the 7th king in the battle not long ago. Kanbu Dongma put on a serious expression. We hope that you can help us investigate that king. Chapter 1392. Investigate the Demon King. Winter Horse Ganmizu's words undoubtedly surprised Wanli Gu Yoli. Immediately afterward, Wanli Gu Yoli had an extremely strong resistance in his heart. At this time, in Wanli Gu Yoli's heart, a pair of emerald green eyes like the eyes of a lone wolf emerged from the depths of his memory. For the existence of the God Slayer, it was believed that as long as one was in the magic world, they would definitely more or less understand how terrifying they were. After all, they were both kings and demon kings. They were the only existence that could protect humans from the god of disobedience. They were also the only terrifying figures that could destroy the entire human society by themselves. In the face of such an existence, all relevant people in the magic world would be extremely cautious and even fearful of them. Like accompanying a king was like accompanying a tiger, they would always pay attention to their movements and hobbies, in order to be able to get through everything safely when they faced them. According to Wanli Gu Yoli's memory, there were a total of 7 god slayers in the world today. The most ferocious and violent ancient demon king, Sasha de Janstel Warban. The unparalleled Wuxia king of China, Luo Hao. The noble lady who had lived in seclusion for nearly 100 years, Madame Aisha. The hero who protected North America from the evil sorcerer, John Pluto Smith. The Black Prince who had caused many magical events, Alexander Gascoigne. The leader of Italy's Sword Alliance, Salvatore Toni. Many people were not used to the previous translated name, so from now on, this translated name will be used. There was also the most mysterious and unfathomable king who had only been born in the past half a year. He had killed 2 gods of the highest level at the same time when he was still a human and had accomplished the great feat of killing gods no Adol. The 7 kings, the 7 demon kings, were revered and feared by everyone in the magic world. They had absolute power that surpassed anyone in the world. In the past, Yuli of the 10,000 Miles Valley had a trace of relationship with one of the 7 kings under various coincidences. We all know that Miss Yoli has been in contact with Marquis Warban and had a bad experience. Winter Horse Ganmizu seemed to have seen through Wanli Gu Yoli's resistance and muttered as if he had changed the topic. Because of this, Miss Yoli should know that we can't ignore the existence of any of the kings, especially the one who is extremely special among them. Otherwise, who knows when that king will descend in our country. If we don't handle it properly, it could be an unimaginable disaster. Wanli Gu Yoli lowered her head and fell into silence. Yes. Yoli Gu Yoli had once had a relationship with the most ancient and the most ferocious demon king, Warban. The demon king summoned dragon hero, the the dragon slayer from the myths. The god of was the dragon was the god slayer god, the dragon slayer from the myths, was the god the god was that? Was God. Had the was the of was had gu was the was. That time, Wanli Gu Yoli was one of the witches summoned by Warban for the summoning ritual. Including Wanli Gu Yoli, after the summoning ritual ended, 2/3 of the witches suffered a heavy mental blow because of the taboo ritual to summon the god of disobedience. Some of them fell into a coma and became vegetative. Some of them went mad and had their lives ruined. Wanli Gu Yoli was one of the 1/3 who was lucky enough to survive and had witnessed that scene with her own eyes. Therefore, to Wanli Gu Yoli, there was nothing more terrifying than the demon king who killed gods. Not to mention, the 7th king was born in the last 6 months, and he was the most unfathomable and mysterious of the god slayers. It was said that after he made his debut, he fought against Italy's King of Swords in less than a week after obtaining the summoning ritual. In the end, he caused a huge loss of 15 billion euros and won. It was said that when he faced the 3 god slayers in Italy, including the oldest demon king, Warban, and Luo Hao, he still won with his own strength. It was said that he and the Black Prince Yarek also had a confrontation in Napoli. In the end, even the young master who was known for his resourcefulness and speed could only retreat in defeat. It was said that even god Zugnivia, who had been active in the dark of the magic world and was known as the Demon Queen, was helpless and fearful of him. Although it had been less than half a year since he became a god slayer, the name, Noa Doria, had already spread to every corner of the magic world because of his various miraculous achievements. Now, most people believe that even if this king had the least experience among the god slayers, in terms of power, this youngest king had the qualifications to be above the rest of the god slayers. Therefore, no matter who it was, they all maintained the highest respect and awe for this youngest king. Wanli Gu Yoli, who had once witnessed the terror of the Demon King, had long regarded him as a supreme existence. If possible, Wanli Gu Yoli really did not want to have anything to do with the absolute king who even Marquis Warban could only nurse a grudge against. However, when he thought that the god slayer might really come to this country one day, if he did not have any understanding of the king, the consequences would be unimaginable if he angered the king. At the thought of this, Wanli Gu Yoli suppressed his inner resistance and looked at the piece of cloth in Ganji Winterhorse's hand with some difficulty. Even if I help, what can you see from this ordinary piece of cloth? Generally, items that can stimulate spirit vision are items with strong curse power. Ganji Winterhorse handed the piece of cloth in Wanli Gu Yoli's direction. And this piece of cloth was left behind by the king during the battle. It must be a piece of clothing from his body. During the battle, it must have been bathed in the king's curse power and has a trace of curse power fluctuations. We just want to ask Miss Yoli to see if it will work. Wanli Gu Yoli suddenly hesitated. After a while, the kind-hearted girl sighed. I understand. After saying that, Wanli Gu Yoli stretched out his hand and took the piece of cloth. He held it tightly in his hand, closed his eyes, and entered a state of meditation. At this moment, traces of curse power fluctuations slowly flowed out from Wanli Gu Yoli's body. Then, Wanli Gu Yoli opened his eyes and looked at the piece of cloth in his hand. It was also at this moment that Wanli Gu Yoli suddenly felt his consciousness drifting away. She saw it. In the middle of a dense forest, a young man sat on the ground, his upper body leaning against a tree. His eyes were closed and he had fallen into a coma. On his body, not only were his clothes tattered, but they were also full of scars. The most serious thing was that there was a huge wound on his abdomen. It was a wound that seemed to have been dug open by something sharp. Inside, thick blood flowed out. Ah! Wanli Gu Yoli exclaimed and could not help but let go of the piece of cloth in his hand. What's wrong? Ganji Winterhorse quickly asked. Miss Gu Yoli, did you see something? I saw it. It's very likely that the king's person was seriously injured. Wanli Gu Yoli looked at the forest around the shrine in a panic. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he said such a sentence. And, it's in that forest. What did you say? Ganji Winterhorse was stunned there. In the dense forest, Wanli Guyoli and Ganji Winterhorse trotted on the forest road. Yes, it's here. Wanli Guyoli looked around and then pointed in a direction. The place I saw is in front. Ganji Winterhorse nodded and slowed down his pace. He took Wanli Guyoli, pushed aside the grass, and walked forward. Not long after, the vision in front suddenly opened up. Then, the two saw it. The young man, whose body was riddled with wounds, seemed to be in a deep sleep. He leaned against a tree and bathed in the sunlight. Around him, rabbits, squirrels, and even deer approached and licked the wounds on his body. It was as if they were helping the young man heal, hoping that he would wake up. Because it was too beautiful, Wanli Guyoli and Ganji Winterhorse both looked at this scene in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. Chapter 1393. Pain. That was what Noah was feeling right now. No. It should be said that after the three-headed dragon's claw pierced through his abdomen and pushed him into the lava, even though he had lost consciousness, the intense pain still attacked Noah's mind. It made Noah feel as if the three-headed dragon's claw had been stuck in his body and had not been pulled out. It was very uncomfortable. However, this uncomfortable feeling told Noah he was still alive. Only living people could feel pain. Only a living person would feel discomfort. Therefore, although Noah could not say that he was enjoying the pain, he felt a sense of relief. After calming down, Noah subconsciously felt as if he was dreaming. There was a sentence that kept echoing in his mind. You defeated me, but you did not pass the final trial of humanity. These were the final words that the Demon King called Az-Dakaha left for him. What did he mean by that? Noah could roughly understand. Is it because I am stronger than that lizard and am unable to kill him? Simply put, it meant that he did not reach the condition to kill Az-Dakaha. In terms of the bestowment game, Noah did not reach the victory condition. Therefore, even after killing Az-Dakaha, the demonic dragon still came back to life and dealt a fatal blow to Noah. Because there was no contract, he was careless. But thinking about it carefully, that guy was also a demon king. The demon king called Az-Dakaha had actually started his own bestowment game long ago. That bestowment game was called Humanity's Final Trial. When the three-headed dragon reappeared, this bestowment game had already started. And it was just like in Pest's game, where he had to solve the riddle of the inheritance of the Piper of Hemel. In the bestowment game called Humanity's Final Trial, if he wanted to win, he had to solve the essence of the three-headed dragon as the final trial of humanity. In other words, if he wanted to defeat the three-headed dragon, it might not be too difficult for Noah. The difficult part was that Noah still had to solve the riddle of the three-headed dragon as the final trial of humanity. Humanity's final trial was the main reason for the destruction of humanity. Noah needed to unravel the reason why Az-Dakaha became a human in the final trial. Only then could he kill the three-headed dragon and make him disappear completely. Otherwise, no matter how many times he defeated the three-headed dragon, that fellow would continue to revive. After all, the three-headed dragon had said it himself. Go all out. Use all your wits. Let's use up all our brute strength. Try turning into a sword of light that can pierce through my chest. If these words were to be taken as a hint to clear the human's final trial, then it would be just like what the words said. Not only would it require strength and courage, but it would also require wisdom, right? Furthermore, the last sentence also proved that the three-headed dragon's words were a hint. Try turning into a sword of light that can pierce through my chest. If he wanted to kill the three-headed dragon, he would have to pierce through its heart. Furthermore, that was under the condition that the essence of the three-headed dragon as a human in the final trial was unraveled. Then, what was the main reason for the destruction of humanity that created Az-Dakaha as a human in the final trial? Feeling the extreme pain, while Noah felt relieved, the rest of his consciousness was completely focused on this question. Under such circumstances, the pain attacking Noah's subconscious became more and more intense. Then, Noah gradually woke up from his unconscious state. Ah! You're awake. Just as Noah was about to open his eyes, a cute and childish voice entered Noah's ears. Noah slowly opened his eyes. Then, a young but devilish face appeared in front of him. Noah had only seen that face once. However, even though he had only seen it once, Noah clearly remembered who the owner of that face was. Pandora. Impressively, it was the mother of all God-slayers, Pandora. Welcome to the nether star realm of life and death, my cute son. Pandora pursed her lips and smiled coquettishly, a smile that did not match her young and tender face at all. Regarding my mischievous youngest son who disappeared from this world for a month, and when he reappeared, he was inexplicably heavily injured. As a mother, I should have the right to ask, right? Undoubtedly, there was nothing wrong with what she said. However, when Pandora said such a sentence with her appearance of 14 or 15 years old, it gave people the feeling that there was something wrong with what she said. It made people speechless. Noah could only stare blankly at Pandora, who was lying on the ground above him. He finally understood what was going on. Is that so? Noah muttered. Have I returned to this world? Although he did not know what was going on, before Noah lost consciousness, he vaguely saw the scene of a broken feather suddenly flying out of the glowing heart that he pulled out from the three-headed dragon's chest. Presumably, the world fragment used the fact that he had retrieved it, and under the urging of the world itself, brought Noah back to the space between worlds. And Noah was heavily injured, so he could not be left alone in the space between worlds, right? Therefore, it was probably Gaia and Alea who sent Noah here. No matter what, Noah survived. Thinking of this, Noah stretched out his hand and touched his abdomen. Now, there was no wound there. This was because Noah was not in his own body right now. He had only let his consciousness enter the nether world and come before Pandora. After returning to his body, he still had to treat the wound. Otherwise, he might really die. But, since he was still fine, Noah should have been saved by someone, right? Thinking of this, Noah straightened his body, turned his head, and looked at Pandora, who was puffing her cheeks, as if she was throwing a tantrum, and said helplessly. What are you angry about? I'm not angry. Pandora said in an unconvincing and indignant tone. I say, little Noah, you are not obedient. I feel like you are hiding something very important from your mother, so I am very dissatisfied, very dissatisfied. Seeing Pandora put on a, hurry up and coax me, or I will cry, look, Noah did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, Noah did not care about Pandora's harmless questioning and said. Speaking of which, the person who pulled me into the nether star realm should be you, right? Do you have something to say to me? Hearing this, although Pandora still looked extremely dissatisfied, she still nodded and said. Because you are now in a more troublesome place, so I thought of reminding you. A more troublesome place? Noah asked curiously. What place? The island country at the end of the east. Pandora said. On that island, the strongest god of steel is sleeping. I don't know what happened, but you suddenly ran to such a place. I had no choice but to pull you here and remind you. The most powerful god of steel. Noah furrowed his brows. The island country at the end of the east? I am there now. That's right. Pandora raised a finger and spoke in an extremely cute manner. Although that lord has been sleeping for a very long time and there are no problems at the moment, you have a lot of connections with the servant girl who is chasing after that lord. If you are not careful, you will be dragged into it. After saying that, Pandora suddenly reached out and pinched Noah's cheeks as though she was holding Noah's face. Then, she forcefully turned Noah's head to face her and said solemnly, Don't worry, I'm not going to let you go. That lord is the natural enemy of you god slayers. If he wakes up, you will definitely meet him. You must be careful. After leaving the words behind, Noah's consciousness slowly drifted away. Before he completely lost consciousness, Noah heard Pandora's muttering. What a mysterious child. However, he can easily stimulate a woman's curiosity. It seems that I have to be careful not to be charmed by my own child. Chapter 1394. his mind gradually regained its clarity. Opening his eyes, Noah just stared at the unfamiliar ceiling in a daze. The things that appeared in his mind were not his current situation, nor the gods that Pandora warned him about, but the battle with the mystic dragon in the previous world. I didn't expect that lizard to have the another cosmology. Although he wasn't that familiar with another cosmology, he was still not that familiar with it. However, Noah now had a simulated star atlas, another cosmology. So, he more or less knew some knowledge about it. Simply put, the another cosmology, which was equivalent to a cosmology, was the mystery of the gods themselves. Or, it could be said that the so-called another cosmology was the construction of the world of the gods themselves. Take Norse mythology as an example. According to the legends, the gods led by the main god Odin all lived in the realm of the Asgard gods, in a world called Asgard. And one of the another cosmology of the Norse gods was Asgard. And so on. The Olympus of the Greek gods. The 3,000 worlds of Buddhism. The heaven of Christianity. The heavenly court of the China gods. Those were all part of the simulated star atlas, another cosmology. In addition, the center of the cosmology of each mythology was also another cosmology. Like the heavenly book of the East and the Bible of the West, they were all one of the another cosmology. It was precisely because he was at the center of a mythology that the Son of Heaven, who had the another cosmology, had the ability to become the center of the gods and had a cosmology itself. This kind of power that could infinitely expand one's own cosmology, thereby interfering with the outside world, and even destroying the opponent's cosmology and worldview, could even exceed the 3-digit number of Hakata. It could be imagined how much of a violation its power was. And the Avesta that Az-Dakaha used was the another cosmology of the Zoroastrianism. That was the manifestation of the dualism of good and evil that Persian mythology advocated. By defining oneself as the rightmost side of good and evil, that is, the evil end, imitating the target's cosmology, and using it as a mirror to host oneself in another cosmology. The object that was imitated by Asvita's universe would have all of its original properties added to the user's body. This included physical abilities, racial characteristics, and even the gift itself. Everything would be obtained by the user of Avesta until the target of the imitation left the battle or was defeated. Not only that, but this, another cosmology, which defined itself as the most right wing of good and evil, could also use the simulated cosmology as a mirror to counteract the opponent's power. Noah unleashed the true name of Excalibur, which had been multiplied countless times. Its power was offset by the 3-headed dragon's Avesta. In other words, this, another cosmology, could not only imitate the opponent's power and add it to the user's body, but it could also counteract the opponent's attack. It was a violation to the limit of a gift. The reason why Az-Dakaha was able to repel millions of gods was because of this, another cosmology. With this, another cosmology, no matter how many opposing gods came, Az-Dakaha's power would increase as their numbers increased. Coupled with his 3-digit power, the combination of these two attributes made him invincible. Therefore, Az-Dakaha, who possessed this, another cosmology, had the terrifying ability to, not win in a one-on-one fight, but in a one-on-many fight, he would become stronger and stronger. This was simply invincible. Of course, there were exceptions to everything. Az-Dakaha's Avesta had 2 cosmologies that could not be imitated no matter what. One was the cosmology of the gods of the Zoroastrianism. The other was the human's cosmology as the target of the human's final trial. With only these 2 cosmologies, no matter what, Avesta could not imitate them. Fortunately, Noah's authority was a combination of his own power and the power of the gods of the Zoroastrianism, Welslana. It just so happened that he had 2 cosmologies that Avesta could not imitate. Therefore, Noah's authority was not imitated. Otherwise, no matter how strong Noah was, he would not be able to defeat Az-Dakaha. In comparison, although another cosmology also has extremely strong power, the target of its use is quite picky. Illusory star Taisui. This was the another cosmology that Noah had obtained from Galgi. That was the cosmology of China's mythology group. The so-called Taisui referred to the Star of Calamity in China's mythology group, the Taisui Star Lord. Its true appearance was the star spirit of a fictional planet that was hypothesized to be located in the opposite position of Jupiter. In China's mythology group, Jupiter was regarded as the sacred star of the celestial body division method of the 12 equatorial stars that divided the starry sky. It was widely believed in under the name Jupiter. In addition, the 12 zodiacs also used Jupiter as the benchmark of celestial bodies. It was regarded as the highest god of the Greek gods, the lower half of Zeus. In China's mythology, Taisui was named for its three-faced and six-armed body or the image of a catfish-like dragon. As the illusory star, Taisui was different from the other star spirits in the box. It did not have a real form, so it was described in various forms. The Star Sea Dragon King was the identity that Taisui Star Lord used to hide his true identity by changing his appearance and name. That was why Azidakahar's seal contained the another cosmology of simulated creation. The ability of the illusory star Taisui was to seal the strongest race, other than the pure-blooded dragon species, into a fictional world. If the opponent was a natural god or a star spirit of a star, then it could overcome all the differences in strength and obtain victory. On the contrary, if the opponent was not the strongest race, then it could only exert the effect of having one spiritual level. Unfortunately, the three-headed dragon that surpassed the three strongest races and became the final human trial was not included. Therefore, Noah did not use the another cosmology in the battle with the three-headed dragon. If he had known about the existence of Azidakaha's another cosmology, Noah would not have used the noble phantasm with the Celtic mythological cosmology. If that was the case, the result should be different, right? No, it won't change. Noah shook his head secretly. If I didn't solve the essence of Azidakaha's final trial as a human, the result would still be the same. After all, without solving this puzzle, the three-headed dragon would be resurrected immediately even if it was killed. As long as this puzzle was not solved, it was only a matter of time before he was defeated by an opponent who could resurrect infinitely and whose strength was completely on par with his. What essence could it be? Just as Noah was deep in thought, the sound of the door opening entered his ears. Noah was awakened. He turned his head and looked at the source of the sound. Outside the door, a young girl with long flaxen hair that reached her waist slowly walked in with a first aid kit in her hand. Chapter 1395. The girl who walked in had long flaxen hair that reached her waist. She was wearing a witch's robe. The girl with the first aid kit did not seem to notice that Noah had woken up. She first walked in quietly, turned around, and gently closed the door in a well-mannered manner. Then, the girl turned around and looked in the direction of Noah. When she turned around, the girl's eyes met with Noah's eyes. Ah! The girl suddenly opened her eyes slightly and let out a small cry of surprise. Seeing this, Noah felt that the girl's action was a little cute and couldn't help but laugh. It was not until then that Noah noticed what kind of place he was in. This was a Japanese-style Japanese house. The floor was not covered with tiles, but tatami. There was very little furniture around. There were calligraphy murals hanging on the walls. In the corner, there was an incense burner that was lingering with sandalwood, releasing a calming fragrance to every corner of the room. Noah, on the other hand, was lying on a bed that was directly laid out on the tatami. Pandora said that Noah came to the island country at the end of the east. So, Noah was not surprised to see that he was in a standard Japanese-style Japanese house. However, when Noah moved his body slightly, an unimaginable pain spread from his abdomen to his whole body, causing Noah to frown and squeeze out a bitter sound from his throat. This extremely soft sound finally woke the girl up. The girl seemed to want to come closer and take care of Noah, but he didn't know what she was afraid of. As a result, she looked like she wanted to come closer but didn't dare to. She was very conflicted. Are you okay? Hearing the girl's nervous and timid voice, Noah smiled bitterly. It doesn't look like you're okay, but you shouldn't die yet, don't worry. Hearing this, the girl breathed a sigh of relief. Then, a nervous expression appeared on her face again. She quickly squatted down and made a standard sitting position, and put 3 fingers on the tatami in front of her, and bowed deeply to Noah. I'm really sorry, I wanted to cast a healing spell on the king, but for some reason, the spell didn't work. Later, Mr. Gonzai told me that the god slayers are immune to all spells, so we can only use ordinary methods to heal you. In this case, Noah did feel the pain in his abdomen, as if it was tied up by something. Thinking about it, it should be the bandages. But now, Noah had woken up. Since Noah had woken up, as long as he didn't die immediately, there would be a way to heal him completely. In addition, the god slayers had strong vitality and recovery. These injuries, in a few days, they should be healed. Compared to that, Noah was more curious about something else. Thinking of this, Noah endured the pain in his abdomen, and stood up with some difficulty. Ah! The girl was a little flustered. No. You can't. King. You're still injured. It's fine, although it's quite serious, it's not an unbearable injury. Noah didn't listen to her advice, and sat on the bed, holding his bandaged abdomen, and smiled helplessly. So, no matter what, I can't lie down and talk to my savior, right? Savior. Savior. You're exaggerating. The girl said with some trepidation. I just hope that the king won't drag your anger into other people's lives. Noah was stunned. Anger? Why would he be angry? He didn't know how the girl saw Noah's stunned expression, but when the girl saw Noah's stunned expression, the fear on her face turned into melancholy, and then was replaced by determination. No matter what, I'm the only one who saw you like this. If the king is angry because your loss of self-control was seen by others, just punish me alone. The sudden development left Noah at a loss as to how to react. At that moment, Noah could only blink and speak with some confusion. That. Anyway, first tell me, what's your name? Yes. Yes. The girl introduced herself in a respectful tone. I'm Wanrifuri Yoli, Musashina's Witch Yuan, currently in charge of this Shircho shrine. Musashina. Noah searched his memory. In this world, Noah also stayed for a few months, and in order to prepare for his warrior incarnation, he familiarized himself with various mystics-related books. Therefore, Noah more or less knew about the title of Musashina. I remember, it's a title that's given to the top special female spiritual ability users in Japan, right? Yes. Wanrifuri Yoli nodded and said so. After discovering the king's whereabouts, I drove away the rest of the people in the shrine, and then brought the king here. So, from the beginning to the end, I'm the only one who saw you like this. Please don't vent your anger on others. Unknowingly, this girl seemed to be saying something that Noah didn't understand. So, Noah could only smile bitterly. Undoubtedly, you just mentioned that there's another kanji-san, right? Wanrifuri Yoli's expression suddenly froze. Seeing Wanrifuri Yoli's, oh no, expression, Noah became playful. Let's not talk about why I was seen like this and why I need to punish others. Just the fact that you lied to the existence of the king seems to be a reason to punish you, right? Hearing Noah's words, Wanrifuri Yoli showed a frightened expression for a moment, but immediately gritted his teeth and looked determined. You're right, lying to the king is a felony. Please punish me. I only asked the king to punish me alone. Is that so? So be it. Noah said so. Then, I'll punish you to send me a table of good dishes. Huh? Wanrifuri Yoli froze there. Looking at Wanrifuri Yoli's silly and somewhat cute look, Noah laughed out loud. Actually, as you can see, I've been through a rather nasty battle. Although I don't know how long I've slept, a god slayer is still a human. Now, my stomach is rumbling and I can't take it anymore. So, I'll punish you by sending me a table of good food. How about that? Huh? Huh? Wanrifuri Yoli was a little flustered and confused, and asked very carefully. Only like this? Oh. Are you not satisfied? Noah raised his eyebrows and smiled somewhat playfully. Speaking of which, there are indeed some people with special hobbies who always hope that others can punish them, and the heavier the punishment, the happier they are. If this is the case, indeed, this degree of punishment can't satisfy you. I'll consider the content of the punishment again. No, no such thing. I don't have that kind of strange hobby. Wanrefuri Yoli quickly said, and then remembered Noah's request and stood up. I understand. Although I don't know if it can satisfy the king, I will try my best to cook the best dishes. Please wait a moment. With such a sentence, Wanrefuri Yoli resolutely walked out of the door with an expression full of a sense of mission. Presumably, this girl should feel that if the dishes she made couldn't satisfy the king, it would cause the king to be angry, and that would be a disaster. So, she left as if she had a mission, right? In short, Noah felt that there was no place to complain. Stroking his abdomen that was still in severe pain, Noah said to himself. Let's treat the injury first. After making up his mind, Noah closed his eyes and immersed his mind into his body. In the depths of Noah's heart, at this time, there was an extremely beautiful scene. The outline of a stone plate with 10 patterns connected to it was suspended in the center. In the middle of the stone plate, a sun was imprinted on it at some point. In the sun, a mighty lion and a holy dragon faced each other and roared at each other. Such a stone plate was surrounded by a universe that was like the Milky Way everywhere. The stone plate was authority. The sun in the stone plate was the sun's authority. And the universe around the stone plate was naturally the simulated star atlas, another cosmology. Chapter 1396. Looking at the miraculous scene in the depths of his heart that represented almost all of his power, Noah focused his attention on the stone plate. At this time, the stone plate was in a gray state. It was like a skill that had not been activated in the game. There was no sign of it being active. As expected, I still need to adapt. Every time he arrived in a world, Noah's authority needed to adapt to the world. It would take a month before he could use it without restraint. However, Gaia had told Alea that this adaptation was mainly because the authority's power had the possibility of affecting the world itself. It did not belong to this world, so it needed to adapt. However, Noah's authority was the power obtained from this world, so there should be no need for him to adapt. Unfortunately, Noah's 10 incarnations' authority not only had Wellislana's and Mercator's power, but also his own power. In addition, Noah's powerful vitality had completely absorbed the authority and turned it into his own power, removing all the restrictions that the authority should have. Therefore, after arriving in this world, he still needed to adapt. Of course, because this world already had a power called authority, Noah did not need as long as a month to adapt to the authority in this world. I need 7 days to adapt. Noah withdrew his consciousness from the depths of his body and turned to look at the energy source that was like a black hole. Looks like I need to use the power of an item to recover. After saying that, Noah's mind moved and the energy in the energy source in his body was converted into mana. Then, Noah opened his eyes and used a trace of mana to open the gate of Babylon. Wang! Following the sound of space trembling, a golden ripple appeared on top of Noah's palm and spat out a gorgeous scabbard. Holding the scabbard, Noah sighed. Luckily, in the battle with the lizard, I did not use Avalon. The relic named Avalon not only had an extremely powerful healing ability, but it also had the powerful function of preventing the user from being drained by external forces. However, in terms of healing, Noah had the Spirit Avatar. In terms of defense, Noah also had the Dragon Emperor Avatar. Therefore, during the battle with the three-headed dragon, Noah did not use Avalon. Furthermore, in the battle against the three-headed dragon, Noah also had to use his full power, using his trump card to convert all the energy in his energy source into divine power, which was the most suitable power to unleash his authority. Although the energy in Noah's energy source was endless, its output was limited. There was no extra space for him to use his magic and activate his relic's power. If it was a noble relic like the Excalibur that only required a certain amount of magic to release it, then it would be fine. However, a noble phantasm like Avalon, which required a continuous supply of magic in order to maintain its liberated state, was a different matter altogether. Considering that he had the Dragon Emperor and the Spirit for defense and healing, Noah did not use Avalon. Now that he thought about it carefully, this decision was really the right one. After all, the three-headed dragon's Svita's another cosmology was able to imitate the cosmology of objects other than itself, thereby obtaining all of the other party's properties. At that time, if Noah had used Avalon, a noble relic with a Celtic mythological cosmology, causing the three-headed dragon to obtain the defensive and healing abilities of Avalon, then it would have been really troublesome. Moreover, the three-headed dragon could also use the power of another cosmology to use the target's cosmology as a mirror to offset the other party's power. As long as he wanted to, he could erase the power of Avalon at any time, causing Noah to lose more than he gained, right? That, another cosmology, is really against the rules. With such a sigh, Noah infused magic into the scabbard in his hand, causing a bright golden light to bloom from the scabbard and envelop his whole body. He closed his eyes and began to recover. In fact, Noah, who was thinking this, did not think that his another cosmology was not against the rules. The simulated star atlas, another cosmology, which was called the illusory star Taisway, could ignore the difference in strength and unconditionally seal the two strongest species, the innate gods and the star spirits of the stars. Although there were restrictions in using it and it could only be used against gods and stars, as long as it was against these two races, even if there were a double-digit number of them, they would not be able to defeat Noah. Among them, there was the White Yiksha, who had sovereignty over 14 suns and was known as the strongest star spirit. Unless the White Yiksha also had the simulated star atlas, another cosmology. Otherwise, against Noah's, another cosmology, the White Night King who had once wreaked havoc in an area could only nurse a grievance, right? He did not know if he had considered that if he made Noah wait too long, it might also make the king angry. About 15 minutes later, Wanli Guyoli walked in with a tray full of dishes, looking nervous. Plates of fragrant dishes were placed neatly on the side of the bed. At this time, Noah was holding a bowl of rice, picking up a mouthful of food, and tasting it slightly. Looking at Noah's appearance as he tasted the dishes, Wanli Guyoli's pretty face could not help but show a trace of nervousness. Clearly aware of Wanli Guyoli's nervousness, Noah was more or less amused in his heart. However, his impression of Wanli Guyoli improved a lot. Although he did not know what was going on, Wanli Guyoli seemed to have been trying her best to avoid provoking Noah's disgust. Under such circumstances, if Noah asked for a good meal, then, who would want to find a famous chef or a hotel to make a table of luxurious dishes? However, this girl did not do so, but faithfully made this table of dishes with her own strength. Obviously, Wanli Guyoli did not have as many playful hearts as the general power holders. She was quite honest. In addition, Wanli Guyoli seemed to be very afraid. As the king of the god slayers, she still took care of Noah when Noah was seriously injured. She was probably also very kind, right? In this way, Noah could not deliberately find fault against his heart. Moreover, the dishes made by Wanli Guyoli were indeed not bad. On the contrary, this kind of home-cooked food made Noah quite like it. So, Noah smiled slightly. Not bad, it's delicious. Wanli Guyoli's eyes suddenly lit up, and her expression suddenly became cheerful. You like it? It's really great. It's good that you can be happy. Noah curled his lips. While eating the dishes made by Wanli Guyoli, he talked to himself. So, the person over there, it's almost time for you to come out, right? This sentence, unsurprisingly, made Wanli Guyoli startled. Immediately afterward, Wanli Guyoli seemed to feel something, and her expression began to look around with a serious expression. However, it was different from Noah. The reason why this girl found something wrong was entirely because of her overly keen intuition. In the next second, a helpless and frivolous laughter that was mixed with bitter laughter sounded from the surroundings. Really worthy of being the strongest king and the witch with outstanding spiritual sense. This little trick really can't be hidden from the two of you. As such a voice sounded, a figure slowly emerged from the corner of the room. Seeing this person, Wanli Guyoli was slightly surprised. Mr. Gonzai. Sorry, Miss Yoli, I left the king to you alone to take care of. Gonzai smiled at Wanli Guyoli, then looked at Noah, bowed his head, and saluted. I'm Gonzai Dongma of the History Compilation Committee. I have something to discuss with you. I wonder if I can borrow some time. Chapter 1397. The History Compilation Committee. Noah stopped what he was doing, and his curiosity was slightly aroused. It is said that it is the only formal organization with the nature of spells in this country, right? Isn't it amazing? This was not a polite remark. In Europe, there were countless magic associations active in the mysterious world that ordinary people could not touch. After all, Europe was the birthplace of magic, and it was also a place where various myths and legends were extremely popular. All kinds of magic power that had been passed down from ancient times to the present had accumulated, and naturally, it had become the phenomenon of many factions. In this country, there were not so many associations with the nature of spells. There was only one that even monopolized the power of official organizations. Anyone would think that the History Compilation Committee was not simple. In this regard, Gonchi Winterhorse just smiled perfunctorily. You must be joking. Unlike a big place like Europe, we are just an organization in a small island country at the end of the East. We only have a little influence here. Unlike those famous magic associations, even in various places around the world, they can more or less show a little power, right? This was also a fact. It was precisely because this country's geographical location was relatively remote and its territory was not comparable to other countries that it could develop into a situation where there was only one force that could cover the sky. In fact, in Italy, although there were so many magic associations, but the magic associations that really stood at the top, in terms of power and influence, almost every one of them was comparable to the History Compilation Committee. For example, both the Red Copper Black Cross and the Bronze Black Cross that Erica and Liliana belonged to had as much power as the History Compilation Committee. As for the Sage Parliament, which specialized in the study of the God Slayer and the God of Disobedience, because of its special nature, there was no way to compare it. However, with Princess Alice, who was known as the most elegant and beautiful in Europe, as the former speaker, it was enough to prove that the Sage Parliament was not simple. Noah was clear about this, Gonchi Winterhorse was also clear about this, and even Wanli Guyoli was very clear about this. However, even if it was clear, no one would discuss this matter. The reason was simple. Even the most outstanding forces were extremely fragile in the face of the God Slayer and the God of Disobedience. Although Noah did not have the idea of looking down on the forces of this world, he did not really regard them as a threat. Therefore, Noah didn't care too much about it. As for Wanli Guyoli and Gonchi Dongma, they were also aware of this fact. Naturally, they would not embarrass themselves in front of Noah. Immediately, the three of them fell into silence. Noah ate silently. On the other hand, Wanli Guyoli and Gonchi Dongma didn't even dare to breathe. They quietly waited for Noah to speak. This state lasted for about 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Noah slowly finished all the dishes cooked by Wanli Guyoli. After that, he put the empty bowl and chopsticks on the tray. After that, he wiped his mouth with a napkin and faintly smiled at Wanli Guyoli. It was very delicious. Thank you for your hospitality. Upon hearing Noah's words, even Wanli Guyoli, who was a little afraid of the God Slayer, couldn't help but relax a little. Then, he bowed to Noah. It's just a simple meal. Please don't mind it. Noah smiled and nodded. Immediately, he got out of bed and began to untie the bloody bandage wrapped around his abdomen. Ah! Wanli Guyoli couldn't help but exclaim. After he reacted, he hurriedly said. Wait. Wait. Your injury hasn't healed yet. No. Noah shook his head. It's already healed. With such a sentence, Noah directly untied all the bandages on his abdomen. Wanli Guyoli and Gonchi Dongma both saw it. The huge wound that was still left on Noah's abdomen not long ago had now disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, Wanli Gu Yoli and Ganchi Dong Ma looked at each other in dismay. The two people who were responsible for rescuing Noah from the wild saw how serious Noah's injury was. The wound that was pierced by the three-headed dragon's sharp claws, even if the highest level of healing spell was used, wouldn't it take a few days to heal? However, Noah had only been unconscious for a day and a night. How could he completely recover from such a huge injury in a day and a night? Sure enough, the god slayers were a group of extraordinary existences. Noah seemed to have seen through the thoughts of Wanli Gu Yoli and Ganji Dong Ma. He placed the blood-stained bandage aside, stroked his unscathed abdomen, and shrugged. Don't look at me like that. I just used some convenient means. Even if it's a god slayer, if he suffered such an injury, without a specialized healing ability, it's impossible for him to recover all at once. After saying that, Noah looked at Ganchi Dong Ma. So, what do you want to discuss with me? Ganchi Dong Ma hesitated for a moment, then said. Actually, I have already reported to the higher-ups about the king's arrival in our country. And after knowing that the king has come to this country, the elders who have some connections with the official history compilation committee expressed that they want to meet the king. Senior elder? Wanli Gu Yoli was astonished. He asked cautiously. Mr. Ganchi, the elders you are referring to, are they the ones in Secluded World? Secluded World? Noah was suddenly interested. The elders of the official history compilation committee are actually living in Secluded World? Yes. Ganchi Dong Ma smiled bitterly. Those elders used to be the elders of this country's spell world, but now they have transcended the mortal world and become extraordinary existences. Among them, there were even people who used to be disobedient gods, but later chose to live in seclusion and entered Secluded World. Oh. Noah narrowed his eyes. Since they are already living in seclusion, then why do they still want to meet me? If possible, I also hope that they can quickly transcend and become Buddhas. Ganchi Dong Ma spread out his hands. Jumping out from time to meddle in other people's business should be a common problem for the elders. We also have a headache when those elders suddenly come out and tell us what to do. Gone. Mr. Ganchi. Wanli Gu Yoli said with some confusion. You shouldn't say that, right? Well, in fact, it is indeed so. To suddenly request to meet the king, for us, it is a bit abrupt, isn't it? Ganchi Dong Ma said without a care. Then, king, I wonder if you can meet with them. Hearing this, Noah's eyes showed traces of thoughtfulness. After a while, Noah suddenly asked. The disobedient gods will appear in places related to their mythologies. This country has the concept of 8 million gods, so a god should have appeared in the past. Since there is a god, then there will be a god who will come to visit, right? The sudden question caused Ganfang Dong Ma to be slightly startled. He immediately replied. In the past, there was indeed a king who visited this country. That's true, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. Noah nodded and continued to ask. Then, at that time, did the so-called elders meet with those god slayers? Ganchi Dong Ma frowned and said with some uncertainty. They shouldn't have, right? Those elders don't seem to care much about the god slayers. Oh. Noah smiled indifferently. Then, why do they suddenly want to meet with me, the youngest god slayer? Ganchi Dong Ma was stunned. Seeing this, Noah gave the answer. It's very simple, because I have something that they are interested in, and I have some relationship with the object of their interest. After saying this, Noah looked at Ganchi Dong Ma with a smile. So, there is no need to meet. Help me tell them that I have no interest in the gods sleeping on this island, so they can rest assured. Gods? Ganchi Dong Ma was shocked. There's a god sleeping on this island? Wanli Gu Yoli asked in surprise and bewilderment. King, is this true? Sort of. Noah didn't know what to think and looked at Ganchi Dong Ma. By the way, lend me your phone. Chapter 1398. In this world, in order to facilitate communication, Erica and Liliana had also prepared a phone for Noah. However, because phones could not be used in other worlds, Noah had left his phone with Erica and Liliana before leaving this world the last time. Of course, Noah had secretly left his phone behind, and did not tell Erica and Liliana. Otherwise, if the two girls found out that Noah had left his phone behind and could not be contacted, Erica and Liliana would definitely throw a tantrum, right? This time, although Noah did not choose to return to this world after a month, it seemed that only a month had passed since Noah left this world. After all, before Noah left, he had destroyed the volcano and the beach in Nabali because of the battle with Perseus and Yerek. Even if such a major event was hidden from the eyes of ordinary people, it could not be hidden from the forces in the magic world. Of course, this included the official history compilation committee of this country. After asking Winter Horse Ganchi, Noah confirmed that he had only left this world for a month. He just did not know how Erica and Liliana had been doing during this month. Presumably, the two knights had also tried various methods to confirm Noah's whereabouts, right? Unfortunately, in the end, it would definitely end in failure. Now that Noah had returned, if he did not contact his two followers, they might reprimand Noah when they found out about his whereabouts, right? Therefore, after borrowing Winter Horse Ganchi's phone, Noah relied on his strong memory to recall Erica's phone number and dialed it. Although there are a lot of things that I want to talk to you about, you should first tell me where our king is and how he is doing right now. As soon as she received the phone call, Erica said this in a tone that was reminiscent of a fake smile. Although Noah was of a mind to ask how Erica knew that it was him who called when he didn't even say anything, he didn't think it was necessary to ask that question in front of a knight who had mastered all kinds of magic tricks, right? Therefore, Noah answered straightforwardly. I'm in Japan now. Japan? That island country? Erica asked in a displeased tone. Why did you go to that place? Well, for various reasons, Noah said perfunctorily. All in all, I'm here now. Is everything okay on your side? A month's time was neither long nor short. If something really troublesome happened, 1 month was enough to raise the level of this troublesome matter several times, or even cause a series of troubles. That was more than enough time. This was especially true when Erica and Liliana were in Italy right now. No matter what, Italy was the base of that astonishingly stupid idiot. If that idiot Tony intends to play any tricks, during the period of Noah's absence, I'm afraid that Italy will be directly played by that idiot. Noah only wanted to know if anything had happened in Italy during this period. At the mention of this topic, Erica's voice became serious. To be honest, we're in big trouble now. Big trouble? Noah sensed that something was wrong and said straightforwardly. Is it related to the deicide? Or the god of disobedience? In this world, only these two things could make Erica, a knight with extremely high self-esteem, say, big trouble. Otherwise, with Erica's strength and ability, it couldn't be easier to deal with it. And it turned out that Noah's guess was correct. It's related to the deicide. Erica sighed. I don't know why, but after you left, the news of you obtaining the Holy Grail suddenly spread throughout the entire magic world in Europe. Now, almost all the magic associations in Europe are looking for your whereabouts. Hearing this, Noah frowned. Holy Grail. It was the center of the magical engineering incident caused by the Black Prince Yerek, which had once involved the entire magic world in Europe in an unprecedented battle. This was a sacred relic of the demonic path that had a deep relationship with the goddess of earth, and was even closely related to the god of steel, who was known as the last king. Not long ago, Noah had snatched it from the hands of its original owner, the being known as the god ancestor, Ganivia. Other than Noah and Ganivia, only Erica, Liliana, and Alice knew about this matter. In that case, who was the one who spread the news? After thinking for a while, Noah understood. Ganivia did it, right? I'm afraid so, Erica said. For the Devil Queen, the importance of the Holy Grail is needless to say. Now, this divine relic that even the Black Prince Yerek couldn't snatch has fallen into your hands, and she couldn't do anything about it. So, naturally, she could only follow Athena's method and put the blame on you, then look for an opportunity to snatch the Holy Grail back. That famous demonic Tao sacred tool was of extraordinary significance to the world of magic. After all, in the legends, the so-called Holy Grail was a vessel that contained the blood of Christ and had all kinds of mysterious powers. Some people said that it could rejuvenate people. Some people said that it could bring people back from the dead. Some people said that it could make people immortal. Some people said that it could make people become gods directly. There were all kinds of legends, and in addition to the fact that it was a sacred relic of Christianity, it was natural that it had such a special status. Therefore, as long as one was in the magic world, there was no one who didn't want it. Of course, those who really knew what the Holy Grail that Noah snatched from Guinevere was, knew that its real function was not that. However, this divine relic that was closely related to the gods of snake and steel was so valuable that even the Black Prince Yerek coveted it. Now that the news that Noah had obtained the Holy Grail had spread, it was enough to cause a sensation in the magic world. Especially the Black Prince who had been pursuing the Holy Grail, it was impossible for him not to take action. The troublesome god slayer that Erica mentioned was probably Yerek, right? As expected, Erica immediately said. After the news spread, the Black Prince Yerek came to us directly and forced us to know your whereabouts, but even we didn't know where you were. In the end, he returned without success. However, the royal factory, led by the Black Prince, has been quite active recently and has even been monitoring me and Lily. Lily and I had no choice but to part ways temporarily and return to our respective magic societies. What about Alice? Noah asked. Since such a big thing has been involved, it's impossible for Alice to sit back and do nothing, right? It should be said that Her Royal Highness has been actively involved in all kinds of troublesome things, right? Erica sighed. The princess seems to be very happy to see the Black Prince running around helplessly trying to find your whereabouts. According to her, in order to give the Black Prince a good blow, she's prepared to use all her power to find you first and then laugh at him. That Her Royal Highness still likes to join in the fun. Noah said, a little speechless. Forget it. Since things have become like this, what are you going to do on your side? For the time being, Lily and I won't go to your side. There are people watching us all the time, Erica said after pondering for a moment. Although the news that you're in Japan shouldn't be hidden for long as you don't do anything eye-catching, you shouldn't be discovered so soon. I'll tell Princess Alice about your news first. When the time comes, Princess Alice will go over to support you. That works too. Noah nodded unenthusiastically. Then I'll stay here for the time being. After chatting with Erica, Noah hung up the phone and laughed bitterly. I've just come back and I'm already in so much trouble. Does life have to be so exciting all the time? Chapter 1399. Just after Noah hung up the phone, a wave of spell power suddenly emerged in midair in front of him. Amidst the sudden fluctuation of spell power, a mobile phone flashed out of it without any warning and fell into Noah's arms. That mobile phone was the one that Noah had left with Erica and Liliana when he left this world the last time. Presumably, Erica had specially used the magic of delivering a letter to transfer it over, right? Although it seemed a little exaggerated to use magic to transfer a mobile phone, it was not surprising when one thought of the things in the mobile phone. Of course, this sentence did not mean that there was anything special about Noah's mobile phone. It was just an ordinary mobile phone. However, in this mobile phone, there were the private phone numbers of the leaders of many famous magic societies in Europe, and even Tony's mobile phone number. With so many powerful people's numbers gathered in this mobile phone, coupled with Noah's status as the seventh god slayer, he believed that as long as he dialed any one of them, he would be able to do most of the things he wanted to do, right? Therefore, for Noah, this mobile phone was still a little useful. At the very least, he could leave all the trivial chores to the magic societies. This was the relationship between the king and the magician. The king was responsible for fighting the gods. The magician was responsible for dealing with all kinds of trivial matters around the king. It was such a transaction-like relationship. Therefore, Noah did not feel that it was troublesome to carry such a mobile phone with him. He put the mobile phone directly into his arms and returned the mobile phone that Winterhorse Ganji had lent him. Thank you, you've been a great help. Winterhorse Ganji, who had been silently listening to Noah talk on the phone, took back the mobile phone silently and scratched his head, looking very troubled. A trace of worry also appeared on Wanli Guyoli's face. After hesitating for a while, he mustered up his courage. Well, my king, are you really going to stay here? Why? Noah raised his eyebrows. You don't welcome me? No, it's not like that. Wanli Guyoli looked as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Looking at Wanli Guyoli's anxious appearance and Ganqi Dongma's troubled expression, Noah shrugged. I know what you are worried about. Aren't you afraid that I, as a deicide, will cause trouble and affect the safety of the citizens of this country? Wanli Guyoli and Ganqi Dongma were speechless. Obviously, Noah was right. Although this sentence was not pleasant to hear, wherever the Godslayer went, it often symbolized the occurrence of a disaster. This was a fact. So far, among the people Noah had met, whether it was Warban, Luohao, Yarek, or Tony, they were all people who would never care about the problems around them once they wanted to achieve something. If such a person, coupled with a strength that no one could match, wasn't that a disaster? Even Noah himself could not guarantee that he would not do the same thing. Of course, compared to the rest of his kind, Noah was undoubtedly much more rational, but sometimes, it was difficult to determine whether it was right or wrong to be too strong. At least, even if Noah deliberately controlled himself, once he was slightly involved in a battle that required a little more serious, it would often cause damage. Even Noah could not control such a thing. And he couldn't passively take a beating just because he didn't want to destroy the environment, right? Then what was the point of fighting? Therefore, this was an almost unsolvable problem. Not to mention Ganqi Dongma, Wanli Guyoli was really worried that the existence of the Godslayer would have some bad effects on this country, right? Ganqi Dongma should also feel that serving a Godslayer was not a good job, right? It was natural that the two of them would have such a reaction. Looking at Wanli Guyoli's extremely worried look, Noah sighed. Well, don't show such an expression. No matter what, you are my savior. I will try my best not to let the things you are worried about happen. After saying such a sentence, Noah did not pay attention to Wanli Guyoli, who was stunned by his words, and turned his eyes to Ganqi Dongma. The official history compilation committee, right? How about making a deal? A deal? Ganqi Dongma was stunned at first, then he smiled bitterly. King, you are too serious. If you need us to provide power, then just tell us. We don't dare to think about making a deal. I think what you said is really serious. Noah curled his lips and smiled. Originally, the relationship between the Godslayer and the magician was like this. The Godslayer fought against the gods on behalf of humans and protected humans from the hands of the gods. As the representatives of humans, you worship us as kings and obey our orders. This relationship is no different from a deal, right? Ah. Ganqi Dongma grabbed his hair and said helplessly. I didn't expect the king to see through it so clearly. It doesn't matter if you see through it or not. There are good and evil among humans, and there can't be people who are exactly the same among the Godslayers. It doesn't matter if you regard us as monsters, but it's best not to think that monsters will eat humans. Noah spread his hands and said so. So, I will say it directly. For the time being, I will stay in this country and maintain the relationship between the king and the follower with the official history compilation committee. Hearing Noah's words, Wanli Guyoli seemed to be a little stunned, but Ganqi Dongma suddenly understood. You mean, well, in order to not let my existence cause the things that my savior is worried about happen, I will try my best to live like an ordinary person here. Noah said so with a hidden meaning. However, individuals who possess strength are the source of all kinds of trouble in the first place. During this period of time when I don't want to cause trouble, I need a highly capable follower who can help me drive away all the flies and take care of all the trivial matters. Originally, this responsibility was taken up by Erica and Liliana. But now, the two girls were under Yarek's surveillance and couldn't immediately rush to Noah's side, so Noah could only look for another target. Although Noah could also use the summoning book that he brought out from the underground library of the great underground tomb in Nazareth to summon servants, those servants were all of the mutants, and to a certain extent, were more dangerous than the God-slayers. Because of this, Noah took a big turn. The official history compilation committee will choose the follower, so it's convenient for you to monitor me, isn't it? Noah said bluntly. On the other hand, if there are disobedient gods on this island while I'm here, then I will be responsible for dealing with them. This relationship between the God-slayer and the magician, let us execute it perfectly. Hearing this, Ganshi Dongma fell silent, and so did Wanli Guyoli. After a while, Ganshi Dongma looked up, and his face regained its frivolity. I understand. I will be responsible for reporting to the higher-ups about the follower. I believe they won't refuse to help. It's a great help that the king is so easy to talk to. Mr. Ganshi. Wanli Guyoli hurriedly said. That's rude of you to speak like that. It doesn't matter. The so-called deal can only be made when both parties are on equal footing. Noah waved his hand and said indifferently. Compared to this, I'm more concerned about where I should live next. Well. Ganshi Dongma deliberately dragged out his breath and then patted Wanli Guyoli's shoulder. Miss Yoli, I'll leave the daily life of the king to you. Huh? Wanli Guyoli was stunned at first, and then he exclaimed. Huh? Seeing Wanli Guyoli's expression as if he had seen a ghost, Noah couldn't help but feel a little amused, and then said such a sentence with bad intentions. It seems that I have to continue to stay with my savior for a while. Please give me more advice, lovely Miss Witch. Wanli Guyoli opened and closed his mouth, and couldn't close it for a long time. After a while, he lowered his head and looked dejected. I understand. Thus, Noah and Wanli Guyoli's cohabitation life began. Chapter 1400. In one of the rooms in the Shrine of Seven Heroes, Noah was sitting on a bed with a small silver sword in his hand. After pondering for a while, he converted the energy in his body into the source of divine might. He extracted traces of divine might and infused it into the small silver sword. However, under the infusion of divine aura, the small silver sword that was Noah's elven magic device did not move at all. Its previous brilliance was also gone. After experimenting a few times, Noah sighed in distress. As expected, Aster still hasn't woken up. In Box 54545 Outer Sex Blazing Flame City, during the attack by the Demon King Alliance, Noah used the curse-breaking ability of the Demon Slayer in order to free Letitia from the dragon's body. Furthermore, he used the Dragon Emperor's incarnation to multiply his power several times. Because the multiplication of power was too great, Aster fell into a deep sleep and never woke up. At first, Noah was still worried about Aster's condition. Only after sensing Aster's condition through the elven contract did he feel relieved. Simply put, Aster's hibernation was not because he could not withstand Noah's power, but because Noah's power stimulated Aster's original power, causing Aster's power to gradually awaken. As the strongest sword elven, Aster's true power was not that simple. In the past, in the elemental elven world, Aster did not belong to the camp of the 5 elven kings, nor did he belong to the camp of the dark elven king. He only cared about himself in the war between the two camps. At that time, even the elven kings were afraid of Aster's power and did not dare to get too close to him. However, it was also because of this great power that ordinary elven users were unable to form a contract with Aster. Even the Saintess of Salvation had to pay the price of her life to use Aster. This could be considered a kind of price. After forming a contract with this kind of elven user, Noah naturally could not unleash Aster's true power as a novice elven user. He had always been working with Aster in various ways. Now, under the stimulation of Noah's authority, the run-in and compatibility between Aster and it seemed to have finally reached the passing line, causing Aster's true power, which even the Elf King feared, to begin to awaken. In order to adapt to the sudden increase in power, Aster fell into a deep sleep. When Aster woke up, Noah's elven user power would have greatly improved, right? I just don't know when she will wake up. Noah stared at the small silver sword in his hand. After a while, he sighed again and gently stroked the sword as he murmured to himself. "Wake up quickly, little girl. Without you accompanying me to sleep, I feel a little lonely." It was unknown if she had heard Noah's words, but the small silver sword flashed with traces of light. Seeing this, Noah smiled slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he raised his hand, causing a wave-like golden ripple to undulate in front of him. He then placed the small silver sword in it. "You should rest well for a while, Aster." After saying this, Noah raised his hand again, causing the wave-like golden ripple to shrink and disappear. Then, Noah closed his eyes. "I wonder how Letitia and Pest are doing." The contracts with Letitia and Pest still existed, proving that nothing had happened to the two girls. However, Az-Dakaha's seal had already been undone. In front of the humans' final trial that even the millions of gods could not do anything about, presumably, the box court would fall into an unprecedented chaos, right? Noah only hoped that the members of No Name would not be involved in it. Unfortunately, this idea was somewhat unrealistic. With the special abilities of 16 Knights, Joyuan Flying Bird, Kasuga Tribesyao, Black Rabbit and the others, if the three-headed dragon were to wreak havoc in the box court, they would definitely encounter this great demon king. At that time, it would be very troublesome. Fortunately, in the battle with Noah, although the three-headed dragon had used the special characteristics of the human's final trial to trick Noah, he had also been beaten up by Noah to the point that he could not even split his body, exposing his fatal weakness. Considering this point, in order to recover from his injuries and spirit, the demonic dragon should temporarily hide for a period of time. Regardless of whether this period of time was long or short, the next time Noah returned to the box court would be a month later in the other world. In a month's time, the three-headed dragon should be able to fully recover, right? However, when he fully recovered, Noah would once again appear in front of the demonic dragon. Therefore, the situation had not developed to the worst yet. Even if something were to happen, Noah still had a resurrection item, so it should not be a big problem. So, the biggest problem is still the riddle of absolute evil? In terms of strength, Noah was on par with Az-Dakaha. In fact, he was slightly stronger than him. However, only by unraveling the essence of Az-Dakaha's final trial as a human, Noah would be able to defeat the demonic dragon. That lizard's, another cosmology simulation, is not much of a threat to me, as long as it does not use weapons with a cosmological view outside of Persian mythology. Noah pondered. Although my, another cosmology, is also useless against him, as long as I can unravel his essence, my warrior will be able to use it and kill him. Therefore, everything was ready, except for the east wind. However, when would the east wind come? That was another question. As expected, it's impossible to think of it in such a short time, right? Noah shook his head. Forget it, it's not a good idea to keep thinking here, let's go out for a walk and relax first. Thinking like this, Noah suppressed all the thoughts in his heart, got up, and walked out of the door. After leaving the room in the shrine, Noah walked on the corridor paved with wooden planks and walked in the direction of the front hall. Along the way, several clergymen dressed as clergymen brushed past Noah, and all of them bowed their heads to greet Noah, and then left without hesitation. Noah naturally did not put on any airs, and when they greeted him, he nodded slightly in return, and then let them leave. Looking at the clergyman's respectful and cautious behavior, it was likely that Wanriku Furukawa or Kaneji Takuma had already mentioned Noah's identity to them, and asked them to treat him with caution. The reason why they just nodded their heads and left without hesitation was probably because they felt that the more they spoke, the more likely they would make mistakes. In order to not provoke Noah's disgust, they treated Noah in this way. This also made Noah understand once again. For the average person, even if it was a magician or a conjurer with superb abilities, a god slayer was an extremely terrifying existence. With such thoughts, Noah came to the front hall of the shrine. Suddenly, Noah's footsteps stopped, and his eyes looked forward. He saw that there, Wanriku Furukawa was holding a broom, sweeping it up and down, and seemed to be somewhat absent-minded. Seeing Wanriku Furukawa like this, Noah blinked, but his footsteps began to move, and he began to walk in the direction of Wanraku Furukawa. Perhaps he heard Noah's footsteps, but Wanraku Furukawa maintained an absent-minded look, turned his head, and looked behind him. With this look, Wanraku Furukawa was suddenly startled, and finally recovered from the state of being in a daze, and said nervously, "King, King." Noah scratched his cheek and smiled helplessly. "Please, can you not call me like this in broad daylight? It's like shameful play. It's quite embarrassing." "Shameful play?" Wanraku Furukawa was slightly startled, and she asked doubtfully, "What is shameful play?" Noah choked at once. Although the time spent together was not long, Noah also understood what kind of person Wanraku Furukawa was. In a word, she was a lady of the boudoir. It was normal for this girl not to understand that kind of advanced vocabulary. So, Noah cleverly changed the topic. "What were you thinking about just now?" This sentence made Wanraku Furukawa's pretty face suddenly blush. Chapter 1401. Time went back to yesterday. After a discussion about Noah's temporary stay in Japan, Wanraku Yoli and Kaneji Winterhorse left the room. As soon as they left Noah's room and walked a distance away, Wanraku Yoli, who was holding an empty bowl and plate in her hand, said angrily to Kaneji Winterhorse next to her, "Mr. Kaneji, why do you want me to take care of the king?" "What's wrong?" "Miss Yoli." Kaneji Winterhorse's attitude was still frivolous. "You don't want to." "It's not a matter of whether I want to or not, but is it really okay for me to do it?" Wanraku Yoli said with some worry. "Aren't you worried at all that if I don't treat the king well, all the people in this country will suffer with me?" This was what Wanraku Yoli was worried about. For the god slayer, Wanraku Yoli had always maintained a fear in her heart. Noah's performance was quite normal, which made Wanraku Yoli feel a little closer to him inconceivably. But Noah was still a demon king after all. And Wanraku Yoli was just one of the many witches in Japan's curse world. Moreover, Wanraku Yoli admitted that she had not mastered any skills to please people. So, compared to Wanraku Yoli, there should be more people who were more suitable to take care of Noah, right? Wanraku Yoli was only worried that if, because of her relationship with Noah, the existence known as the Demon King would vent his anger on this country, then her sin would be really big. Therefore, Wanraku Yoli was not unwilling to take care of Noah, but she was worried that she would not do well and implicate others. "What do you want to say? I don't understand." Kaneji Winterhorse glanced at Wanraku Yoli. "But, Miss Yoli, what kind of relationship should we establish with the king in the future, and how should we get along with him? These need to be explored repeatedly. Before that, if we act rashly, we don't know when we will step on a landmine and cause the king to be unhappy. You should also know how terrible the god slayer is, right?" Winterhorse Gonchi took off his glasses, took out a piece of cloth from his arms, and said while wiping his glasses, "Although the king has only been a god slayer for less than half a year, he is more powerful than the rest of the god slayers. Even the two oldest demon kings, Marquis Waban and Hierarch Luohao, as well as the king of swords of Italy, are no match for him. We can't imagine how powerful he is." Saying this, Mr. Ganjin put on his glasses again. "So, if possible, we should try our best to maintain a good relationship with him." It was understandable that the Winter Horse would be so cautious. In Europe, where magic originated, almost every magic association knew how to get in touch with the king and how to deal with him, because they had coexisted with many deicides so far. As for the official history compilation committee, although they had several encounters with the deicide, their experience was not as rich as that of Europe. After all, it was just an island country on the world map. Whether it was in terms of territory or population, it was considered small compared to the real big countries. Under such circumstances, it was natural that they did not have as much experience with the gods and the deicide as other countries. "In order not to rashly cause trouble, we can't act rashly at the moment," Winterhorse Gonchi said. "But we can't just leave the king alone. That would be the worst way to deal with it. After thinking about it again and again, I can only think of letting Miss Yoli take care of the king. That is undoubtedly the most suitable." I'm the most suitable. Wanli Guyoli was a little confused. Why? It's very simple. Because you are the savior of the king. Even if you do something bad by accident, the king will forgive you on account of this, right? Winter Horse Ganchi said directly. Moreover, although he is a great demon king with the power of a god, the king is still a young man after all. So, it is also a classical and royal practice to have beautiful and lovely girls serve him, right? What? Wanli Guyoli's pretty face instantly turned red because of Winter Horse Ganchi's words. She said in disbelief. Do you want me to? That's about it, right? Winter Horse Ganji said in a malicious tone. Although I'm very sorry, Miss Yoli, I still hope that you can maintain a close relationship with the king. The closer the better. Please. Please don't make such a joke. Wanli Guyoli shouted with a red face. How can I do such a shameless thing? You can't say that, Miss Yoli, Winter Horse Ganchi said in a kind way. Since ancient times, beautiful girls have been a long-lasting and powerful weapon, especially when they are used to deal with kings with status, power, and power. They can exert an unimaginable influence. If you can establish a close relationship with the king and make him obey you, don't you think that it will be a good thing for us and this country? Why do we have to do that? Wanli Guyoli couldn't help but ask. Although the king is a god slayer, we can use communication to understand each other, can't we? That is also a way, but it is definitely not a good way. Winter Horse Ganchi shook his head. Men are creatures. No matter how rational, serious, and honest they are, as long as a cute girl asks them to do something, they will still hesitate. I am the same. Winter Horse Ganchi didn't notice Wanli Guyoli's look as if she was looking at something dirty, and kept talking. For young men, there is nothing more valuable than a cute girl, especially a girl like Miss Yoli who blushes and says things like, I'm not doing it for your own good. That's even more against the rules. Yes, this is cute. I can't understand what you are saying at all. Wanli Guyoli said coldly. No matter what, it is unreasonable to ignore a woman's thoughts and let her play the role of someone else's lover, right? Of course, it won't be the kind of practice that forces others. Winter Horse Ganchi seemed to have calmed down from his inexplicable enthusiasm and excitement, and shrugged. I just think that Miss Yoli's words will definitely achieve the results we expect. If you don't want to, I will report it to the people above and let them find some volunteers to perform this task. Wanli Guyoli was at a loss. Volunteers? Does Miss Yoli think that no one will be willing to do this kind of thing? Winter Horse Ganchi waved his hand. Then you are a little naive, Miss Yoli. Although the God Slayer is terrible, on the other hand, it is because of this that they are the most reliable. They are called kings, and they have unparalleled power and status. If you can become a popular person by their side, don't you think that it will be of great benefit to you and your force? Wanli Guyoli understood what Winter Horse Ganchi said. However, understanding didn't mean that Wanli Guyoli could accept it. For this honest and serious young miss of the boudoir, this kind of thing was too advanced. Seeing that Wanli Guyoli didn't know what to say, Winter Horse Ganchi tentatively asked. Does Miss Yoli hate the king? Hate? Wanli Guyoli was slightly surprised, and then shook his head like a rattle drum. No. It's not like that. It's better to say that I think he is easier to talk to than the Marquis, the God Slayer. He is also a little gentle. I definitely don't mean to hate him. Seeing this, Winter Horse Ganchi showed a victorious smile. In that case, how about you try to become good friends with the king a little? It won't be so difficult to accept, right? Hearing this, Wanli Guyoli opened his mouth slightly, and finally, he could only nod. Chapter 1402. Recalling the conversation with the Winter Horse at that time, Wanrifuri Furu's face couldn't help but turn red. She felt that her cheeks were burning. Although the final result of the discussion was to let Wanrefuri try to be good friends with Noah, whether it was a girlfriend or a good friend, first of all, it was necessary to have a good relationship. And to have a good relationship with a boy, Wanrefuri had never tried it. Wanrefuri had two identities. The other was a very ordinary high school student's superficial identity. The other was her identity as the witch Yuan of the spell world. In terms of appearance, Wanli Gyuli was just a student in a school that was not very famous, nor was he a declining school. Although he participated in a club, he was only a member of a tea ceremony club. The girls in the club were all well-educated and cultivated girls. In addition, Wanrefuri's appearance was actually very outstanding. In the eyes of others, she seemed to be a lady from a prestigious family. In the school, she was recognized as the campus belle. With these two identities, there were many people of the opposite sex who yearned for Wanrefuri, but there was not a single person of the opposite sex who really interacted with her. And in terms of her identity, as a witch, Wanrefuri naturally had no chance to contact the opposite sex. In fact, the title of Yuan was a title given to the most outstanding of the witches. Wanrefuri's family, which Wanrefuri was from a long time ago, often gave birth to children with psionic ability. It was considered a rather famous family in Japan's magic world. Wanrefuri was raised with the goal of becoming a witch from a young age. In order to cultivate, Wanrefuri had gone out of the country, and also entered the deep mountains and forests, but almost all of them were with her classmates and friends who also cultivated with the goal of becoming a witch. Of course, there was no chance to contact the opposite sex. As a result, whether it was her identity or her identity, Wanrefuri had no experience of close contact with the opposite sex. Now, suddenly, Wanrefuri had a good relationship with the opposite sex. How could this innocent lady not be confused? Therefore, even when Wanrefuri was cleaning, she was somewhat absent-minded, thinking about such things. Under such circumstances, Noah's question made Wanli Guyoli's face turn red in an instant. Seeing Wanli Guyoli suddenly blushing, Noah felt somewhat strange and took a few steps forward. "What's wrong? Why is your face so red?" After saying that, Noah very naturally reached out his hand and placed it on Wanli Guyoli's forehead. Then, he placed the other hand on his own forehead and compared the temperature of the two hands. "You seem to have a fever. Are you okay?" When Noah put his hand on Wanli Guyoli's forehead, Wanli Guyoli's entire body went blank. When she came back to her senses, she saw Noah checking her body temperature in an extremely natural manner. Wanli Guyoli's originally very red face suddenly seemed to be boiling, the color constantly darkening. "No, why is it getting hotter?" Noah frowned. "Do you really have a fever? Then it's better to quickly take a rest." Hearing this, Wanli Guyoli resisted the urge to turn around and run away. Because of the intense shyness, she felt that even her head was a little dizzy. Her expression was stiff as she spoke. "No, no need. I'm fine." Unfortunately, Wanli Guyoli didn't know that in this state, the more she said so, the less convincing it seemed. In addition, Wanli Guyoli was the kind of person who would give people the impression that she was too serious and honest. When she said such words, it gave people a feeling of insincerity. So, Noah narrowed his eyes. "I see. Indeed, you look like the kind of person who will force himself. To deal with this kind of person, at this time, you should use a little tough approach." "A little tough approach?" Wanli Guyoli was slightly stunned. Just when Wanli Guyoli was stunned, Noah suddenly stepped forward, bent down, and carried Wanli Guyoli, who couldn't react in time. Yes. Noah carried Wanli Guyoli. Moreover, it was a standard princess carry. Hey! Hey! Hey 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 hey! Wanli Guyoli was completely stunned. After Noah's unique masculine breath rushed to the tip of Wanli Guyoli's nose, Wanli Guyoli came back to her senses. Her face quickly turned red as if it would emit steam. "King!" Wanli Guyoli was at a loss of what to do. She could only open her mouth with a red face. What are you going to do? I want you to take a rest, Noah said matter-of-factly. Ignoring Wanli Guyoli's panic, he carried the girl and walked in the direction of the inner hall of the shrine. Anyway, if I just persuade you, you will definitely say that you are fine, right? I'm really fine. Wanli Guyoli was so shy that she didn't even know where to put her hands. Please put me down. After I put you in bed, I will naturally put you down. Noah ignored Wanli Guyoli's loud reprimand and walked on the wooden corridor in his own way. He didn't even turn his eyes to Wanli Guyoli and said so. Before that, you just need to be obedient. This is too rude. Wanli Guyoli blushed and stared at Noah. Even if you are the king, forcing others to do things that they don't want to do is already disgraceful as a person. That's also relatively speaking. Noah looked like he didn't want to take advantage of her. If the essence is for someone's good, and the result is not bad, then it is not a bad thing. Anyway, I'm not forcing you to have a good relationship with any man. What's the problem? However, those words instead caused an intense reaction from Wanli Guyoli. Have a good relationship with any man? Wanli Guyoli shouted with some excitement. I won't do that kind of shameless thing. Is it? Noah, who was frightened by Wanli Guyoli's overly excited reaction, said very strangely. I just said it casually. Why are you so angry? Casually said it. Wanli Guyoli seemed to be really angry. You are the king. Since you are the king, you should consider your usual words and actions. Your words and sentences may affect the whole world. Please be a little conscious of your identity and actions. Seeing Wanli Guyoli's inexplicable angry look, Noah secretly felt puzzled and said. In short, I don't care how you want to mess around, but since I have seen it, don't mess around under my eyes. This sentence should be said by me. Wanli Guyoli subconsciously put his hand around Noah's neck and looked straight at Noah with a serious expression. Because you're the king, no one cares about you no matter how you act. But since you're in front of me, I won't just watch you act recklessly. I hope you can listen to me a little. Oh. Noah raised his eyebrows. In other words, as long as I listen to you, you will also listen to me? As long as I listen to you, you will listen to me? The redness on Wanli Guyoli's face gradually faded. After pondering for a while, his eyes met with Noah's. If I listen to you in the future, will you also listen to me? Seeing Wanli Guyoli's extremely serious look, Noah seemed to have seen through his thoughts, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. It's not impossible to consider. Wanli Guyoli suddenly became silent, and then nodded firmly. I understand. I will listen to you in the future, so I hope the king can also listen to my advice in normal times. Then it's settled. Noah nodded. Wanli Guyoli heaved a huge sigh of relief, and his shoulders relaxed. Soon after, he shyly hid his face in Noah's arms. In this way, Noah carried Wanli Guyoli and walked into the girl's room. Chapter 1403. While the relationship between Noah and Wanli Guyoli was developing smoothly, on the other side, Ganshi Dongma encountered an unexpected obstacle. In order to prepare enough followers for Noah, Ganshi Dongma had been running around in the past few days. Although he kept saying, making people stay up late and work overtime for several days and nights in a row without sleeping, even the most black-hearted company wouldn't do such an unreasonable thing. As expected, I should ask for a raise. He didn't feel nervous or complain at all, but when he did things, he didn't drag his feet at all. In order to find a suitable follower candidate, Ganshi Dongma had indeed not slept for several days. Of course, as a member of the official history compilation committee, Ganshi Dongma had also received no less than the spell training of a formal conjurer, and his own spell cultivation was also very high. For Ganshi Dongma, not sleeping for several days and nights was not a very difficult thing to endure. However, at this time, the member of the official history compilation committee was at the foot of a mountain, leaning his body on the door of the car parked next to him, and sighed with a tired face. What are those old people thinking? This sentence received a sudden response. In fact, Hui Na doesn't know what Grandpa is thinking, but since Hui Na received the order, she can only act according to the order. Hearing such a voice, Ganqi Dong Ma reacted. This was a very rare thing. As a well-trained person, Ganqi Dong Ma was rarely approached to the position where even the voice could be transmitted so clearly, but he didn't notice anyone approaching. However, the owner of this voice did it. Moreover, this voice was not like Ganqi Dong Ma's, full of calmness and maturity. It was extremely light and clear, and only a young girl's voice could be heard. Ganqi Dong Ma, who had already known what kind of identity and ability the other party had, was not surprised at all. He just raised his head and looked in the direction of the mountain. On the only path that led to the foot of the mountain, a young girl was walking out of the depths of the mountain in a very natural manner without the slightest sound of footsteps. It was a graceful girl who was only about 16 or 17 years old. The girl had beautiful long straight black hair, and she was wearing a white shirt, a khaki vest, and a short skirt, as if she was a high school student. However, the girl also had factors that ordinary students didn't have. For example, the average student wouldn't have a face as beautiful as a young girl's, so beautiful that it would cause people to raise their eyebrows. For example, ordinary students wouldn't have the aura of Yamato Nadeshiko, which was close to nature and extremely elegant and gentle like a young girl. For example, ordinary students wouldn't go in and out of the mountain alone like the girl. For example, ordinary students wouldn't be like the girl, carrying a long cloth bag on the side of the shoulder. The moment he saw the girl, Ganqi Dong Ma glanced sideways at the long cloth bag for the first time, and after a flash of a hidden look in his eyes, he retracted his gaze, and helplessly spoke to the girl who approached him. "Long time no see, Miss Hui Na. I didn't expect that one day, I would see you interrupt your most important cultivation for such a matter." For Ganqi Dong Ma, it doesn't matter which side it is. The girl said in a polite but straightforward and cheerful tone. Ganqi Dong Ma doesn't hate to cultivate in the mountains, but she also doesn't hate to live in the city, and there are indeed many convenient things in the city that are not available in the mountains, which can save a lot of trouble for Ganqi Dong Ma. For humans who are used to all kinds of convenient things in the modern world, life in the mountains is unimaginably difficult, and Ganqi Dong Ma can actually save a lot of trouble, to get over it, which is admirable. Ganqi Dong Ma said insincerely. "I've heard about this from the people above, Ganqi Dong Ma, what should I say?" "What?" Ganqi Dong Ma tilted her head, as if she was naive and romantic. "Mr. Ganqi, do you think Ganqi Dong Ma doesn't have the ability to be the king's guard?" "You're joking." Ganqi Dong Ma smiled bitterly. "If even Ganqi Dong Ma doesn't have the ability to be the king's follower, then I can guarantee that no one in the world can be the king's follower." Grandpa said so too. Ganqi Dong Ma nodded. "That's why Grandpa asked Ganqi Dong Ma to go to the king's side." "Is that really the case?" Ganqi Dong Ma curled his lips and smiled. "Although I don't want to be too explicit, but just because the king asked for a follower, he personally gave the order and sent Ganqi Dong Ma to the king's identity, ignoring our dissuasion. To be honest, it has caused us a lot of trouble. There's no other way, because that's Grandpa's request, I can't go against it." Ganqi Dong Ma lowered his head, and apologized in a seemingly polite manner, but in fact, there was no apology at all. "I'm really sorry for causing you trouble." "It's nothing, I'm just following orders anyway." Ganqi Dong Ma sighed. "It's just that, for that old man to actually give such an order for such a thing, we have to think about whether there's any reason behind it." Ganqi Dong Ma isn't very clear about what Grandpa is thinking. As Ganqi Dong Ma said this, a fierce smile like a warrior appeared on her beautiful face. However, regarding the king that everyone has been talking about, Hui Na is a bit interested. "If possible, I really want to meet the king as soon as possible." After saying this, Ganqi Dong Ma slightly lifted the long cloth bag she was carrying on her shoulder. "Tian Songyun also thinks the same, right?" The moment the words fell, there was only a short moment, but a trace of hidden power leaked out from the long cloth bag and disappeared in a flash. Feeling the hidden power fluctuation, Ganshi Dongma's eyes once again showed a look of fear. Wanli Guyoli, who was half forced by Noah to rest, did obediently follow Noah's instructions that day, lying in bed and sleeping for the whole day. In fact, Wanli Guyoli didn't have a fever at all, but because she was too shy, her temperature rose so much. Noah didn't know about the secret agreement between Wanli Guyoli and Ganshi Dongma. Therefore, he didn't think that a girl who had just known him for a few days would suddenly become shy in front of him. As a result, such a beautiful misunderstanding was created. In this way, Wanli Guyoli was embarrassed to say it, and could only hold a trace of guilt of lying, and obediently took a day of rest. Such an abundant amount of sleep made Wanli Guyoli wake up early the next morning. Because it was still a hot season, Wanli Guyoli, who slept for a whole day, sweated a lot. Therefore, Wanli Guyoli decided to take a bath first and clean his body. After removing his clothes in the bathroom, Wanli Guyoli looked at his reflection in the mirror in front of him. Her skin was as white as ivory, translucent and delicate. His figure was slender and wonderful, as if it would break with a snap. However, the place where it should be protruded was full of weight, and the place where it should be concave didn't have a trace of excess fat. Such a figure, although it couldn't be said to be extremely full, but the curves were clear, and it was also full of charm. In the past, Wanli Guyoli never cared about his figure. At most, he just thought that it would be better to be thinner than now. But now, as Wanli Guyoli looked at the reflection of her naked body in the mirror, she actually murmured out loud as if at the behest of gods and demons. "If it's a boy, will he like this figure?" Wanli Guyoli, who was muttering to himself, quickly woke up, and his face was red because of shame. What am I thinking about? This statement was like preparing to use this body to do something in front of a boy, wasn't it? Because of her bold words, the innocent girl felt so ashamed that she wanted to die. She quickly ran into the bathroom and took a cold shower. After taking a bath, Wanli Guyoli finally recovered his calmness. Wearing a witch costume, she came out of the bathroom and came to the main hall of the shrine. However, when Wanli Guyoli arrived in front of the main hall of the shrine and was ready to carry out the daily cleaning, two figures just walked up the stone steps.